where the oaks stand tall. A warrior lurks, sharp tools he hoards. Steel in his claws, vengeance in his gaze. The EDC Squirrel prowls, chaos ablaze. Blades, glint, moonlit and cold. Tight and grip, stories untold. Protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knives fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme. Acorns scatter, but knives he keeps. A forest arsenal, the shadows weep. Leather sheaths tied to his chest. A rodent armed, none dare contest. Dry branches creak. The hunt begins. A squirrel's code, sharp as his protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knife fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme.
Hey, oop, this is working. Hey, it's EDC Squirrel. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody had a good one. A good Friday. Start of the, well, not the start, but almost midway through the 3-day weekend, or at least, I don't know if you guys have a 3-day weekend. I have a 3-day weekend, so that's awesome. Let's start off with some coffee. Who's in here? Hold on a second. Hey, Terry. Hey, Pocket. Thomas. And Coder. How you doing? Coffee. All right, just getting started here. Ran a little late because I had a D&D game that ran really early into the morning, and I slept in a little, just a tad. So I am downing a ton of coffee. Okay, so unfortunately, not a whole lot going on in terms of new knives this last week because A, things have been kind of crazy. B, still kind of recuperating from the holidays because did quite a lot of spending around that time. And so I'm I guess I'm kind of in like maintenance mode. I do have some stuff coming in. Unfortunately, it did not make it this week because, well, you know how it is with the USPS. They're being really late and stuff. But I expect them to be coming in by next week. And then also, I'm expecting some stickers to come in for this channel also next week. They just shipped, I believe they just shipped yesterday. And so I'm hoping that they're in. Now, I only got a few because I haven't tried this sticker manufacturer yet. This is my first time actually having stickers made. Last few times I had stickers done, I just printed them myself. And they were I mean, I'm just dealing with a printer, so I want to get some actual stickers made. The only other question is then how I'm going to, or what I'm going to do with them. I have a few or a bunch of them going over to a whatnot seller that I deal with a lot, and that'll leave me with a bunch that I can either, I don't know, sell, give away, whatever. But it's just a matter of how I'm going to do that. I'm probably going to stick with whatnot because they take care of all the logistics and stuff. But I don't know, things could change. Anyway, glad you guys are doing well. Again, I don't have, like I said, it's kind of sad. I don't have as much new stuff as I have in the last few weeks. In fact, the only things I currently have, I just realized my mic is hitting my chin. You were planning on having stickers made as well? Yeah, I went with, if you want to try them out, because they had some deals going. I think it's called Sticky Brand. They had some good deals going when I took a look at them, so I decided to try them out. I got like 100 stickers, and that's what I'm waiting for currently. It took about, how long did it take? Since I submitted my order and then put my, I had them proof the stickers or send me a proof before printing. That all happened within a day. And I think from that point to having them shipped took about a week. Like I said, they just shipped yesterday. So I'm expecting to get them in next week. So you're looking about 1.5 to 2 weeks, depending, I guess, on where you're at and how complicated your order is going to be. Now I haven't used them before, so I can't talk about quality yet or anything like that. And they're the first company I've dealt with, but I'll let you guys know as soon as they're in. But that's who I went with this time. I know there's a lot of others. I just went with them because A, they had some good deals. Two, at least 2 people I've heard of have vouched for their stickers. So there you go. And again, as soon as I get them in, I will let you know. And right now, again, I woke up late, so I'm kind of trying. I'm still in the midst of preparing, and like I said, I had a few new things come in. I'm just making sure I've got all the boxes in front of me. Not a whole lot of things, which is kind of sad. I've had that one for a while. What is this box out here? Okay. So not a lot of new stuff. Let me go ahead and grab what I did get, and then I can show you what is up. And then as far as like the rest of the stream, it's going to be basically maintenance and chat and just talking to you guys. Am I playing Ark tonight? No, actually. Hey Cyrus, how you doing? I'm supposed to be doing a group thing this tonight. Mike dropped. R Fox and friggin' Goon. We're gonna be doing a I think it's either Sons of the Forest or it's gonna be, I'm trying to remember what else. Or it's gonna be Star Rupture. Not quite sure yet. I've got both. It's just a matter of waiting on what we're gonna do. Okay. I think I've got everything new that I can't remember if some of these I've already showed or not. Just shared. Thank you, Pocket. Appreciate it. And again, I do this. The only reason why I even started this channel is just to share in the hobby. I forgot to close the door. It's boomed. In my opinion, it's boomed a lot bigger than I even expected. This is all about just sharing my hobby, meeting other people that collect as well, and just learning a whole lot, which I have. I have learned more in the time that I've started this channel than I have for the years I've been collecting. And it's been amazingly awesome. Okay, so I can't remember what I showed last week, and I haven't had a chance to review, and my memory is admittedly kind of ass. So I do sometimes have a problem with remembering what I showed last week. So we're just going to go over some of the stuff that I have in case I just missed something. I know we did a custom last week. That was this one here. That was pretty cool. This came out really well. This was that gray bone trapper, pocket worn. I thought that came out really well, but I'm trying to remember. I know I had some 6.5s in, like the 6.5 Rust Lock. And if there's anything that you guys want to see that I might have, feel free and ask. I can't recall. I'm pretty sure I showed these to you guys. The Rust Lock, one of the few single hand opening knives that case has. This one being a liner lock. But I'm pretty sure I showed this same thing with the sow bellies. The sow bellies are something that I've really gotten interested in. And one thing I didn't realize is the sow belly is actually very similar. In fact, I think they're pretty much the same knife, just different body. If I can pull one out, I don't know if I have one nearby. Here we are. This is a Stockman. I just realized they're pretty much the same knife, except the sow bellies are much larger in terms of body, but they got the same blade configuration. I didn't notice that before. I don't know how that escaped me. Do I have any mods? I do. Morgan normally, but Morgan is out. Or didn't get the notice. Which is a possibility. I don't normally have too many mods. Usually I haven't had too much trouble. And usually she's in here or in the game thing every day. I'm pretty sure I showed this to you guys last week. This was that American Workers Tony Bowes sow belly. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what I had last week. I didn't get a chance to overview. I know these were new this week. This was actually a giveaway from Whatnot, Chasing Blades. I won one of their buyers giveaways. They're doing a new thing for Whatnot. Chasing Blades has been doing kind of like a ball game. Terry, how you doing? And when you make a purchase through Chasing Blades, what they do is they give you a numbered ball, and you don't even have to be present. As long as you make a purchase, they give you a numbered ball. They throw it in this little machine that throws them all around, mixes them up, and if they pull your number, you win whatever's there that night for the buyer's appreciation. They're calling it like a buyer's appreciation. And I feel kind of bad. I've won like 3 times in a row. This was one of my latest wins. I've got another one coming. I think this was like the second win that I got. I can't remember what I got the first time. Oh no, I got a natural bone sow belly the first time. And so this was one of the wins. This is a Cobra Tech trapper. And what makes this different from case trappers is this one is done in VG10 steel as opposed to cases for their stainless. They generally have true sharp, if I remember correctly. And true sharp steel is basically it's Case's version of 420 HC or 420 high carbon. So you get a really good steel on this one, VG10. This one's a red bone jigged trapper, full size, again by Cobra Tech. They make some really good traditional knives. Now, normally they make, normally I see a lot of modern style knives, automatic knives from Cobra Tech, but they kind of jumped into the traditional game with these trappers. I think they did a fantastic job with them. They're planning more patterns. I don't know what patterns are on the way. All I know is they are planning more. Where did I put all my cloths? I was trying to reorganize and I put them all in a bag. Where's my case cloth? There we are. So if you haven't checked out Cobra Tech knives, they are based in Texas. Now, if I understand correctly, a lot of the material they might get overseas, but everything's assembled in Texas. And they come with a lifetime warranty, lifetime sharpening as well. You can send them in if you don't sharpen your own stuff, and they will do the sharpening for you. So pretty good stuff. They've been pretty clean when I've gotten them. This is the third Cobra Tech trapper that I've gotten. In fact, this is the second red one that I have. So I've got it all cleaned up already. And I've also stropped the blades so they are nice and sharp. But really awesome knives if you're into traditionals. The newest ones, and these are the ones that I know that came this week. We've got, again, I've been really interested in muskrats. This one's a white natural bone. And just in yesterday, I got a green apple peach seed jig muskrat. And I've been really liking these muskrats. I like my trappers. They're the type of knife that I have the most of. But these muskrats and these sow bellies, in terms of utility, have been pretty damn cool. And I'm really taken by the fact you've got the two blades like you do the trapper, except the blades are identical on each side. You got a lot of cutting life on these because as soon as one starts to get dull, you can just switch to the other blade. And considering the fact that they are used in cases true sharp steel, it's not hard to maintain this and get it back to cutting sharp. Lots of love, yeah, for these muskrats and for the sow bellies. I still love my trappers, but I'm really liking these two patterns. I wasn't a big Stockman guy. And I think I'm realizing, like I said, the Stockman, same blade profiles as the sow bellies, but I think it's because with the sow bellies, you just have a lot more meat on the handle, and that curve of the sow belly feels really good in the hand. And you still have the same three blades that are in the thinner Stockman. The muskrats are just, I don't know what it is about them. They don't have the same feel in the handle because they're much thinner. But I do like the long, thin blade, the fact that you have two of them. And it is kind of interesting that they have them on opposite sides. But one nice thing that somebody mentioned to me about this when I started getting into these muskrats is you don't have to worry about changing your grip or the fact that you're using a different type of blade. Like, say, for example, the trapper, you have your California clip blade, okay? And then you have, as a secondary, you have your spade blade, which, while you can use them pretty much for most of the same stuff, because they do have a bit of a different profile, obviously there's some things you can't do with a spade blade that you'll have a much easier time with the California clip point. And so you might have to adjust what you're doing accordingly, where you don't have to do any adjustment with the muskrats because it's the exact same blade on both sides. So if you're doing something particular, it dulls out, you just go right to the other blade, nothing really changes, you just keep going. I'm glad somebody has some muskrat love. But these are two of the last ones that I got this last week. There's one more that I did get last week. And again, it's something that I've gotten before, but a different color. And that would be the Crossroads. I freaking love these Crossroads. This is the Barlow. And the Crossroads Barlows, or just the Crossroads in general have been amazing knives. Hey, Mr. Mouse, how you doing? And yes, thank you, Pocket, for letting people know. This is the latest Crossroads that I got, was this Barlow. Now again, it's in Richlight. You have G10 bolsters as well as lining, and the Richlight is just done in a different way. Where's my other Barlow? I can show you. I think I have my other Barlow. Actually, it's probably in a slip because I carry that. I've been carrying that quite a bit. I've got a lot of slips. Holy crap. And the thing is I've got at least another 2 slips coming my way. I need a case just for my slips. There we go. That's my squirrel knife. So, oop, did I not mute that? Or is that, there we go. So the Crossroads are probably some of my favorite knives from Case simply because their utility, this is the best way to put it. You have excellent S35 VN steel on these, and they're super sharp. They're, I don't know how to explain it other than they look good, but you don't have to worry about like cracking bone. How you, like, I know a lot of people use their cases and don't really worry about what happens to them. I tend to be a little bit more of I tend to be a little bit more careful if it's something I especially like my 6.5s, for example. I do use them, but just not as often, and I tend to be a lot more careful as to how I use them. Whereas the Crossroads can take a beating because the materials used, they use screws instead of pins, so they can be adjusted if anything weird happens, like if the main blade loosens up or something. They can be retightened. It's a little harder with the case knives since these are pinned, or your traditional case knives since these are pinned. I've heard people are able to adjust them still. Usually ends up taking something like a hammer, a vise, and stuff like that. But with Crossroads Barlows, or just the Crossroads in general, because they use screws, they're really much easier to maintain in that regard. S35 VN steel, a premium steel that you generally don't see in knives under $100. A lot of premium knives use S35 VN. If you look at knives from like Kaiser, is probably one of the bigger examples. Civivi, I don't know if Civivi uses a lot of S35 VN steel. I know when it comes to Kaiser, you have a lot of 14C20N, 28N steel. You have a lot of Nitro V steel blades that tend to be on their budget knives. But when you start getting into their knives that start running around a little over $100 and more, about that point is when you start seeing the S35 VN steel. Now the Crossroads, these generally run just a little under $100. I think between $80 to $90 for the Barlows. These are a little harder to get because these are the newest Crossroads in the Crossroads family. However, the Sodbuster Junior Crossroads, provided you're not getting like some special offshoot, these will generally run you, I've seen them anywhere from $60 to $80. This was the first Crossroads I ever got, was the linen, or no, burlap micarta. Sorry, not linen, burlap micarta, with the black micarta, I can't talk, the micarta scales and G10 inner liner. Again, S35 VN steel. So that's a lot of the reasons why the Crossroads are favorite knives of mine. It's just the Barlow because it's symmetrical. Not sure what you mean by symmetrical. I mean, to me, they're all. I mean, okay, well, the sow bellies aren't really symmetrical. The muskrats are symmetrical. Trappers, not really. The Rustlock single blade. One of the reasons why I like the Barlows so much. Now, again, I loved the Sodbuster Juniors when they came out. They're just great blades, great workhorses. I've carried this a lot. But the reasons why I'm really liking these Crossroad Barlows is partially because of the half stop. I like that they have a half stop. Makes it a little safer for when I'm utilizing the blade one-handed. And also, I just like the blade shape and the portability. It's a really small pattern once it's folded up. Very comfortable handle. I like the clip point. Normally, my favorite blade profile is like a sheep's foot or Warncliffe. You don't see that too often in a lot of case knives. Usually it's the clip point or pen blade. Sometimes you can find a Wharncliffe variant or sheep's foot. I know the sow bellies have a sheep's foot on them. I have a couple Wharncliffe variant copper locks, but these are just super handy blades. Super sharp. They maintain their edge really well over the true sharp steel that Case tends to use a lot. And they're still easy to sharpen, very easy to maintain. Just great all around workhorse. Oh, symmetrical handles. Okay, I think I understand what you mean. They're very neutral. They don't have any shaping. Even the Muskrat has some curvature to it. Not actually, now that I know, it's not entirely symmetrical. I get, well, okay, I see. Depending on how you use, I guess it would still feel the same in the hand, but it's a little different than what we're talking about in terms of symmetry. But yeah, I see what you mean. Very neutral, symmetrical handle. It works really well with different grips. But really awesome knife. And again, I like the fact that you have that half stop in there that you don't have in the Sodbuster Junior. I still tend to close these two-handed because it still kind of creeps me out. These things are sharp as hell, and these have an amazing snap. Now, the Barlows only come in these two color variations. This is the first one that I got, which is your Tan Rich Light. This one's called the Black and Tan Rich Light. Same G10 bolsters. Just a different color Rich Light handle. Looks a lot, in my opinion, looked a lot better in person than it did on the camera. I really like that look. And that's actually all the new knives. Like I said, I didn't get a lot of new knives this week. I'm still kind of doing damage control from the holidays. Wasn't there a Spayblade Barlow at one point? I know that the Crossroads variant, obviously you only have the one blade. A lot of the Barlows I do see tend to have two. Usually I see them with a clip point, and I think it's a pen blade. I don't know if I've ever seen one with a spay blade though. Now, I'm not a case expert, but let me see here. I've actually just recently got into case pretty much middle of last year. I had like a couple like Rough Riders in terms of traditional just because I thought they were interesting. But I didn't really open my eyes to the traditional knives up until actually about when I started this channel. And it just opened a whole new world to me. Most everything that I collect or collected before were modern knives. And I got a case handbook here. Were modern knives. And once I started the channel, people started showing me new stuff, like especially like these traditionals, and I might have gone a little nuts. Now they have a knife pattern guide. See, this is a typical Barlow that I'm used to seeing. Is you have your clip point, and then there's like a pen blade or spear blade. They did say that sometimes they'll come with a spear blade as the main blade. So I don't know if they've ever come with, it doesn't mention anything about a spay blade, but clip, pen, and spear. And sometimes the spear could be the main blade. Although I don't think I've ever seen that. The only ones I've ever seen have come with a clip point and then like a pen blade as the secondary, which is what this photo is of one. Yeah, whole different world with traditionals. And I've gone a little bonkers. I have a huge amount of tradition. Well, I don't know how to compare it. Anybody that's seen my collection will probably say, that's not a collector, I should say, Anybody that's seen my collection that's not a collector would think I have an insane amount of traditional knives. And just an insane amount of knives in general. I still have to update my spreadsheet. Morgan would kill me if she knew I wasn't updating my spreadsheet. But I went down the rabbit hole and on freaking rollerblades, just shot down that thing. I was going for speed. the amount of knives I've gotten within like the last 6 to 7 month period, just in case knives alone, has been kind of insane. I'll pull that box out in a little bit and I'll show you. Now these, obviously, I've taken out of the box. A lot of times, if they're a knife that I intend to use a lot, they'll be taken out of the box. Now, because of my lack of storage capability, I still have a lot of, especially traditional knives, still in their original boxes, and they're kept in another box until I can figure out a better way. Because I've got some that I want to display, some obviously that I use, which I end up putting all in slips. These get rotated out depending on my mood, and this is not even all the slips that I have. But these do get rotated out depending on my mood, like what I feel like carrying. So it just all depends on the day and how I feel. One thing I've mentioned before that I always do is I'll always have how many of these do I have? It's in here. Oh yeah, that's 2 more Crossroads. I've explained it before. One of the things that I always do is I will carry a modern knife on me. I'll have a modern knife in my pocket. Then I'll always have some sort of traditional knife in my pocket. Usually it's going to be one of 3, but that's been changing because, like I said, I've been really getting into the sow bellies. I've been really getting into the muskrats. But before, a lot of times what I'd carry would be one of the Crossroads, like the Barlows or the Sodbuster Juniors. I should just say Sodbuster Junior patterns in general, or a Trapper, or a Copper Lock. I'll carry a traditional. I'll carry a modern. And now that I've started getting the muskrats and the sow bellies, I've been carrying some of the sow bellies and the muskrats along with me. Just again, depends on my mood. And I rotate a lot, as you can see. And I do like to use the knives that I carry, because I think a lot of them, I don't know, just feel like they're meant to be used. Now, obviously, I have knives in my collection that don't go anywhere for various reasons, or in some cases, if I have the chance and it's financially feasible for me to do, I'll buy 2 and I'll keep one pristine, and then I'll carry the other one, like, for example, this one. This one's a limited. This is one of the case yellow synthetic. This one's the Squirrel. I think these were limited. I'd like to say 500, but I think they were limited to 700. I think somebody corrected me on that. I think they were limited to 700 of these. So I really wanted to be able to carry this one around, but I didn't want anything to happen to the one I had. So I ended up getting a second one and managed to find a second one. And so I'll carry this one around with me in a slip. You've acquired 92 knives in 2025. Wife said never. I wish I could say it was only that. Stacy, welcome to the stream. Appreciate it. I love that. I have, as far as I know, I have every in production knife. Can't even talk. As far as I know, I have every in production, or I should say mass produced, squirrel knife ever made, with the exception of 2. One of them, because it's not really a mass production, I think it was a limited run and costs around $1,200. Never going to be able to get my hands on that one. not unless I win the lottery. I can't remember who made it. It was the same person that designed the concept. What was it called? What was it called? Where's that knife? It was the same. God, I've got cases everywhere, and I'm not talking about case knives. It was the same person. They designed another knife that was released by Concept, actually, just at the end of 2025. Where is that knife? Let me grab my Concept box. This one. He designed this one. This one was I forgot, Orion. That's what this is called. Stout designed the knife. I think they called the Squirrel. And this was supposed to be kind of like somewhat reminiscent of that knife, except the Squirrel, I believe, ran around $1,200. This one was much less. And so I got this. And then there's another Squirrel knife that is a fixed blade, like mini karambit made by Ned Foss, which is really, really cheap. I'm still debating grabbing it just simply because it's called the Squirrel. I just haven't yet. It's on Amazon. It's not a very pricey knife. I believe it's like just under $30. I might grab it anyway just to have it, seeing as it's a Squirrel knife. I have some obscure ones like that French-made Duk Squirrel and a Russian USSR Squirrel. Actually, it's sitting in my case box. Let me grab that now. Seeing as I'm done talking about new acquisitions for the week. I will have more knives coming in for next week's live that I can show you. One of them is going to be an exclusive. It's a knife model that I already own, but I got an exclusive coming in, one of 50 made. That was a collaboration effort between Ramet and Blade City, if anybody's familiar with Blade City. This is my case knife collection that I have not removed out of the boxes. JB Stout, after at Mice and Rats. Wait, what? Oh, hold on a second. Where are we at? What's my computer doing? So this is the majority of my collection, but the reason why I pulled this out is because there are two knives in here that aren't made by Case, but are part of my Squirrel collection. And I've got a couple marbles in here. I didn't really mean to collect marbles, but somehow I ended up with marbles. There we are. And there are some coins hidden in here also. I don't know what they're doing in here. Just get in there. And now where are you going? Yeah, I've got to work on my storage. Right now they're sitting in a Skechers box. And then I've got a bunch of obviously you've seen a lot of my other case knives that aren't or have been removed from their boxes, because those I tend to use a lot of. But these are the other Squirrel knives that I have. This one's still in production. This one's a French made called the Duk Squirrel. Oh, get out of there. It's a friction folder, and you can see the Squirrel there. Actually, no, this is not a friction folder. I'm sorry. This one does have a spring. I forget that it has a spring because the handle wraps around. The spring is actually inside. No, lots of dogs and cats, not many of us rodents. No, there aren't. But that's the French-made Duk Squirrel, and as you can see, it has a half stop. This one is still available. I forgot how much this one ran. I'd like to say around 30. But pretty interesting knife. Had to grab that one because Squirrel. This was the one that was a little harder to get. This one's getting pricier and pricier everywhere I look. I think last time I saw it was about 30. This one I got a deal on because it was actually this one was on eBay. It's a USSR era squirrel knife, and I got a deal on this. I think I got this one for like 19 bucks, and the reason being is because it was dirty. The seller couldn't open it, or had a hard time. Like, it was really hard to open. I actually had to use pliers to open this up. And when I first acquired it, I noticed that it was, well, first of all, yes, it was dirty, had to be cleaned. And the blade was bent. Like, when I was finally able to plier this thing open, and you held it to look down the blade, the thing was like bent. In what, I can't remember which direction it was bent. Then I had to realign it, essentially rebend it until it was straight, so that way it could close and open again. And I well oiled the pivot. I believe it's a carbon steel blade, so there's oil all over the blade, but it's got an amazingly strong snap to it. I reprofiled the edge, so now it's nice and sharp and usable. And so, yeah, I got a great deal on this one. You'll still find them on eBay. They have a brown version of this, and like I said, they generally run around 30 bucks. Last I checked, I haven't checked in a while, but just an interesting knife. It was called the Squirrel. Had to grab one. I was happy to get one at a really good deal. I'm glad I was able to fix it, because otherwise I would have had to hope I can find a more pristine model. And it even came with its original sheath, which surprised the hell out of me. Was that a half stop? It's still on the harder side to open. I don't want to use my nail. I'm trying not to use my nail, because last time I broke my nail. Crap, damn it. It's just got a really strong spring to it. So I still kind of have to use pliers sometimes, because I just realized I got oil all over my fingers. But unlike before, where I was having to wrench that thing out, that wasn't fun. I'm trying not to scratch the blade too badly. Oh, there is kind of a half stop there. I forgot. Okay, cool. But that was an interesting one. And then I've got a bunch of case squirrels, like that yellow Sodbuster Jr. I've got the yellow synthetic squirrel trapper. I believe there was 500 made of those. And then I have the Wildlife Series squirrel, which I've shown before, which is the antique bone etched squirrel. That one was really cool. And yeah, so I have all of them but two. One, because it's not a knife that I normally pick up or would think of picking up, that fixed blade mini karambit by Ned Foss, and then that really expensive stout design, which I know is not available. I'd have to find on the second market. So $1,200 would be a very conservative price on that one, because I believe that's how much they were if you were to pay for it retail, since you can't get it anymore except for on the second hand market. It wouldn't surprise me if it was closer to twice that now. I don't know if exactly twice that, but probably closer to twice the 1,200. Oh, coffee. So those were the squirrel knives. And then for the rest of the stream, I figured I'd just do some knife maintenance and then just chat about knives. What do you guys had questions about? What do you guys like to collect? And if you guys had any questions about my collection or what I like to collect. Good God, I am probably close now to, like I said, I haven't updated my spreadsheet. I'm getting close to probably around 350 knives in my collection. Roughly about half and half modern and traditional now. Like I said, I kind of burst into traditional knives, like at a crazy speed. And yeah, I'm somewhere probably around 50-50 with those two. As far as maintenance and stuff, I have a kitchen knife I've got to deal with. So that's one thing. you'll probably see me do today, and you'll see how I like to sharpen stuff. I pulled this out because this has been my daily carry. This was my daily carry yesterday. I haven't been out of the house since then, so I don't know if I can say I have a daily carry for today. This one's a Concept. How is this called? Corvid. This is the M Plus Corvid cleaver style blade, 154 CM steel liner lock. And yes, I decided to carry this around yesterday. Just something different. I am a big fan of Concept. I have a lot of Concept knives. Concept Remet really surprised me this last year in 2025 with a lot of their models, and I've snapped quite a few of them up. I've got, as far as I know, every size Corvid aside from the fixed blade Corvid, and they're just really neat blades. This is about the max size that I can comfortably carry in my state. I have a state with blade length restrictions. Yeah, I live in a state with blade length restrictions. I mean, I could technically carry a larger blade. They do consider like intent of carrying. If you're just carrying it as a tool, you're not intending to use it on anybody, then I guess you're generally okay. But if you're doing something stupid and they catch you, and you happen to be carrying a really large knife on you, it's basically a good reason for them to be able to tack on another charge. So I generally just stick within the blade length restrictions, just so that way, you know, if I'm stopped for any reason, now I'm not out doing anything weird, but just on the side, you know, just to be on the safe side, if I'm stopped for any reason, even if it's just a minor traffic violation or something like that, there's nothing that they can tack on. So there we go. You like a wide variety, Stacy? Depends on what speaks to you. Big, small, old, new, fold, fixed. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. And I know I don't buy a lot of fixed blades, but I do have a lot of fixed blades. Texted me. What did you text me? Hold on. I missed something. Mr. Mouse is the weird one. Do I have a... Oh, Pocket Privilege. Yeah, do you have a cool logo? You collect early Benchmades, Mr. Mouse, from 85 to 2010. Is there a reason why you collect the early ones? I don't have, surprisingly, I don't have any Benchmades in my collection. That's one thing I haven't collected, were any Benchmades. My most recent one, the newest manufacturer that I started collecting was probably, and this is going to be a strange one because I know they've been out for a very long time, but Spyderco is probably the newest manufacturer to me that I've been buying quite a bit from. And I know they've been out for a very long time. I just thought a lot of Spydercos were pretty darn ugly. Because they were sweet. Oh wait, oh no, this Pocket. Okay. But yeah, Spyderco is one of the newest ones that I've been collecting and carrying. Not so much collecting, but just got really interested because I always thought they were kind of goofy looking. And I couldn't really say much because I didn't own them before. And so I decided to finally pick up a couple to see how, you know, what they were like. Because everybody that I know that has owned Spydercos, with a very few exceptions, everybody else that I know that's owned Spydercos has just raved about them. They love them. In fact, it's funny because some of my videos that focus on the Spydercos are probably, those have been probably the biggest videos I've gotten responses from, the most responded to, and the most active in terms of, like, you know, comments and stuff than any other manufacturer that I've done videos for. When you were in high school, 91, 95, Benchmates were king. I've heard a lot of, I've kind of heard that reflected from some other people. Like a lot of the earlier Benchmates, they love. And then if I start hearing complaints on Benchmades, which can vary from anything from price to QC and all that other stuff, it's generally about the newer stuff. Now, I can't speak for myself. All I can say is all I can speak about is what I've heard. And most of the complaints I hear about are the newer stuff. Usually the complaints are like they're overpriced and stuff like that, but I hear that on a lot of manufacturers. I don't have any examples of my own to speak about, so I can't really offer my own opinion on it. But yeah, I hear that mimicked or repeated a lot is the earlier Benchmades. Um, I don't know the dates. You're the first person I've spoken to that has actually given me dates like 91, 95, or you're saying you collected up to 2010. So that's interesting to hear. Ah, very corporate. Okay. Yeah, I that's with a lot of manufacturers. They that go, I don't know, that they shift to some, I don't know, more corporate than they were before. And a lot of times when that happens, that's when I see a lot of complaints. A lot of people don't seem to like that whole corporate outlook. Where I think what it is when people say that they become more corporate, it's they become more profit based. Yeah, they're over, like okay, like you just said, like they become uh, overpriced for the materials. And the problem with becoming profit, where profit becomes the main focus, is they start to lose focus a lot of times on quality control. And they also start falling in terms of material quality. That's one other complaint. Things like that. They're still huge. I remember a long time ago when, like many years ago, like my dream knife to get would have been a Benchmade, but they were all priced out of my range, or at least the ones that I wanted were always priced out of my range. And I think that's what led me to collecting a lot of other brands, was because a lot of those Benchmades, they were just priced far more than what I at the time could afford, or at that time also, I think some of those times where I was looking at Benchmade, I also was doing a lot of, um, I shouldn't say firearm collecting. I have a good amount of firearms, but I would never say that I collected them. And when it came between like, do I want to buy a new firearm or do I want to buy that one knife? I always lean towards the firearm. Because I could get a pretty decent firearm for the same cost of that one Benchmade. So that's why I just haven't really picked any Benchmades up. Again, I can't speak on their quality myself because I don't own one. If I ever get the chance to own one, then you'll hear more thoughts on me about them. But that won't happen until then. Like I said, the latest ones that I started getting really interested in were the Spydercos, and these were my first two Spydercos because I got these at the same time. Was the Sage 5 and the Para 3, because I wanted to get the knives that I've heard the most about, because those I could, I'd want to use more, test more, and those are the ones that I felt I'd be able to give my best thoughts on. And I wanted Magna Cut, which these two are. And like I said, the most popular knives that I kept hearing about, the Para 3 and the Sage 5. Well, technically I heard more about the Para 2, but I wanted something a little on the smaller side, which is why I went with a Para 3. And they still look goofy to me, especially the Para 3. It's growing on me still, but still looks weird. However, the Sage 5 has become a favorite of mine, to the point of where I ended up getting a second Sage 5, except in the Spy 27. And this one admittedly tends to dominate my pocket. And I've been carrying this one probably more so in the last few weeks since I got it. Last few weeks since I got it, I've probably been carrying this as my modern more often than not. I still try to switch it up, but it just finds its way in there. Every time I'm like, I gotta head out and I'm in a rush, it's like, okay, off I go. So this one has had a has been really dominating the real estate in my pocket. As far as the traditionals, the ones that have been dominating my carry have been the Crossroads or the Squirrel knife, the yellow Sodbuster Junior Squirrel. I carry just it's because it's a squirrel. That's why I do. Actually, while I'm talking, let's get to doing some because I do have to redo this kitchen knife that I have. I don't even. This was a Marku. It's not a very expensive one, but it's a really nice one. It's just gotten to the point of where I use it a lot in the kitchen, and it probably just needs a little stropping. I don't even know if I need to do an actual sharpening on that. It probably just needs a stropping because I sharpened this not too long ago. And I'm trying to think. I don't really prepare for these videos. These streams. These lives, I didn't even intend to really do live streams for this channel. I have a video game channel that I live stream for every night. And when I started the knife channel, again, it was just to get in touch with like-minded people, share my collection with people, just have fun. I've done more videos. The intention was just to do videos and shorts, like new knives and things like that. Most of it's been new knives, new knife unboxings. And I decided I'd do a live on the weekend, and I just had fun doing it, chatting with people and, learning more and more about stuff, this hobby. Like I said, I've been collecting for a long time, but I've learned more in the time that I've opened this channel. I've learned more during this channel than I have in all the years combined. Being introduced to traditional knives, new modern knife manufacturers, things like that. Like I never would have heard of, like, for example, Vosteed, probably Miguron, Concept Remet, probably would have been on my radar eventually. Obviously, I've heard of Benchmade. I've heard of Spyderco. But yeah, these lives have just been really fun and actually kind of relaxing. Which is why I've been doing them. Regardless of whether I have a large audience or not. Now, I'm just lightly stropping this right now. Or just before, I was using a 0.5 micron. I'm down to a 0.1 micron is what I'm doing now. Just to see if that's enough to get this back up to where I want it. Benchmarks are best for the secondary market. Honestly, I haven't done much with the secondary market. I have gotten a few used. Ooh, okay, that's much better than it was before. Still a bit of toothy. I felt some flat spots on there. Or not flat spots, but just duller spots. Okay, I can see better now that I'm looking at it in the light. Just use I don't have my regular rod, so I want to try getting one of those ruby rods. They run about like $40. And I'm just lightly letting this run over that rod, ceramic rod. This is probably my most used sharpening tool right here. I think it's like Happy Little Knives in the background. You have Bob Ross on a lot. That's why I do this channel. That's why I've been doing this live, is regardless of how many people are in, I just like when somebody comes in, discovers my channel, and then they just sit and chat for even just for a few minutes, I'm already having fun. I've done customizations on case knives, and typically the burning. I've really been having a lot of fun with that, experimenting with toasting different case knives. I finally joined the Case Collectors Club. I figured I had enough knives and enough of a habit that joining that would be a fun thing to do. I think it was like, what, $25 for the year? And then I have access to their forums. I have access to Case Collector Club specific knives, which I have my eye on a couple. I haven't ordered any of their CC Club knives yet, but there are a few that I've got my eye on and really tempted to nab right quick. I think one was a Crimson Bone copper lock. Is it a copper lock or is I can't remember if it was a copper lock or a bear trapper, which is essentially like a single bladed trapper. And there's another one that was like a I can't remember the name. What was it, like a dark brown or like dark brown bone, another copper lock? It wasn't antique bone. I can't remember the name, like molasses or something. I'm really tempted to get my hands on. Yeah, that's what I have a lot of fun. Everybody has been absolutely amazing. A lot of people I chat with have been, super informative. They share a lot of really neat stuff. And again, that's how I discover a lot of the knives that finally make their way into my collection, is just talking to people. And that flat spot's gone. I'm not feeling that snag. Maybe a little bit. There was one catch there. Okay. There. One little. I see it. It's a chip. Very tiny microchip, but not big enough that I want to reprofile this entire knife. Thought I felt something. When it comes to kitchen knives, as long as they still work for what I need them to do, then I don't necessarily always worry about reprofiling if I find a chip. If it's one of my pocket knives and I had a chip like that, I'd probably reprofile it. I have my cutting mat here because I want to see if I got the rest of the blade sharp as I want it. I've been doing a lot more tube cutting recently because I found that's a good way to tell me if it's like, if I'm trying to cut into a tube, now there's nothing holding it, and all I'm doing is this, then I want to work on it more. If I can unsupported, that's where I want the blade. And that's where I want the blade. And it's a kitchen knife, so they're going to be sharp as hell. Not all my pocket knives will do that. I don't expect all my pocket knives to get that sharp. But when it comes to the kitchen, sharp as I can get it. That chip won't bug me though. If the chip was any larger, then yeah, I'd reprofile this entire blade. But for what it is, it's not going to bug me. Yeah, just have fun and enjoy. And so many channels. It's been really awesome. And so many different varieties of things that people are doing. Me, I'm just sitting here having a chat with you guys, and I'll have a chat for hours. Like I said, doesn't matter who's in here. And even if there wasn't anybody in here, I would just sit here. I would sharpen stuff and just be happy. So now we got that sharpened up. I just need to... Now, thankfully, this is a stainless steel knife, so I don't have to worry about oiling it, but just have to give it a good cleaning later. That'll go back in the kitchen. In fact, where am I going to put you now? Now you're just sort of hanging out here, and let's put that there, and hopefully you don't cut into a cord. So if there's any questions you guys have on my stuff, anything that you're curious about me in terms of as a collector, things that I might like to do, feel free and ask. Right now, I'm just sort of trying to reorganize my shite. I have a lot more slips than I thought now. Good grief. I don't know where I'm going to put all this. It's exploded. Oh yeah, there's a lot of knife channel. Some of my favorites: Neves Knives, Outdoors. Is it 55? I know it when I recognize it. Outdoor something. Melissa Backwoods. I've caught Metal Complex a few times. There's... Wow, shoot. I have a rough time with names sometimes. Was it EDC with... I think it was EDC with DBD is another one that I've caught. Good shows there. Those are the only ones that come off the top of my head. I know I've seen plenty others. And then that's just on YouTube. Like, I frequent a lot of the knives, especially a lot of the traditional knives that I get. A lot of the traditional knives I get from Whatnot. If you're not familiar with Whatnot, Whatnot is a online live auction app. Think basically, and I know eBay's starting to do the same thing. But if you're familiar with eBay, you put in a bid, you wait a few days, see if you win. Whatnot is a live auction where people hold live shows. So you're seeing them live, and people are bidding on items real time. So I've actually sold on Whatnot. So an example would be, I have a live show, might look like this, and I'd go, here we have this, and I'm going to start the bidding at so-and-so, and then there'd be everybody that's watching would just start bidding in real time. You'll watch people bid, outbid, and win all in a matter of like a minute or two. Depends on how long the seller holds the auction for. But it's all done live. And I've managed to get quite a few good deals on Whatnot, depending on the sellers. One of the sellers I frequent the most on Whatnot is named Chasing Blades. Chasing Blades is a brother team, Mike and Gary. They sell primarily case knives, but they also sell buck, Cobra Tech. I've seen there's like Best Tech, Spider. They can, if they don't have it on their tables during their shows, you can ask them, and they'll generally be able to get a hold of it. And they're very low pressure. They're very kind of like almost a nice relaxing. As far as like an auction's concerned, they're pretty relaxing. And I developed a really good rapport with them. And I've got a lot of case knives and traditional knives and other knives, modern knives also, from various various sellers on Whatnot. But the majority of my case knives, with the exception of the few case knives that they can't get a hold of, like either very limited or special like collaborations or things like that, they might not be able to get a hold of those. But for the most part, most of my case knives come from them, and I generally get pretty good deals. Like this one, for example, this Cobra Tech I told you, this one was from a buyer's appreciation giveaway that I got. I got another buyer's appreciation giveaway coming my way that I got from them. The other buyer's appreciation giveaway, I got 3 buyer's appreciation giveaways from them. The other one was this, a natural white bone sow belly. Originally I won a natural white bone, I think it was a copper lock, but I already have 2 of them. So I asked if I could trade up for a sow belly, and they were like, sure, even though I won it. And so I got this one from them. I thought that was really freaking cool. And the knife community on Whatnot themselves has been absolutely amazing. One of the knives in my collection, which is not that one. Where did I put it? I think it's in one of my slips. Good grief. It's in one of my slips. I'm probably never going to find it. Not there. Not there. I don't think it's you. Nope, it's not you. I don't. Nope. Nope. Maybe. Nope. Crap, damn it. I know I have another one in my collection. Is this it? Nope. Shit. I've got so many knives. I don't know what to do. Well, either way. Oh, wait. That's it. It wasn't in a slip. This one I actually got as a present from one of... It wasn't even a seller. He was just one of the people watching in the show. Bought this and then had them send it to me as a Christmas present. A natural white bone muskrat. That's the community that's on there on Whatnot. It's a great community over there. And you have sellers supporting other sellers and stuff like that. Whatnot will lead people into fight. Whatnot has led me. Might have a little problem there. Well, it's nice. The community there has been absolutely wonderful. For somebody just random in the audience to get, like, now I've done that. I've bought a few things and just, here, do this as I bought this and give it out as a giveaway. And, they've done that for me, where I'll buy something and tell the seller to go, and don't send that knife to me. Go ahead and give it out as a giveaway. See if somebody wins it. Stuff like that. But for somebody to outright just buy something and send it to him as a Christmas present, that was just never expected and just awesome. But that was that one. But yeah, again, it's it's gotten a little crazy, since a lot of these I've gotten from Whatnot. At the same time, I've gotten some amazing deals on Whatnot. There's another seller that a lot of times I go for, I'll go to them for modern knives. And I've gotten knives like that were, say, I can't remember which one that might have been, to be quite honest. But I've had knives that were retail, like you look anywhere else. When I say retail, I'm talking about real world. Go to various other websites and how much they cost if you're just going to buy it at a well-known website. I've seen one that I think was like $190, and I end up grabbing it on Whatnot for like $120 or something like that. Like saving $60 to $70 over what I would have to pay for if I ordered it through any other well-known online retailer. And that's, including the shipping. Now, a lot of online retailers might provide free shipping. for that one, I think I spent maybe another $5 or $6 on shipping, so I still saved like $50 over that. And Jim, welcome to the stream. So if you're careful, you can actually get some really, really good deals on whatnot. You just got to look out for, you do a lot of talking with a lot of people. Don't be afraid to ask a lot of questions. You'll start to get a handle on who's being honest, who's just trying to make a buck, and stuff like that. You get a handle on like who's really good with their customer service, and yeah, as long as you're paying attention, like I can give you a lot of names of really good sellers. Like, for example, no worries, Jim, no worries. Chasing Blades, I'm always gonna back. Chasing Blades is awesome. They've been really good to me. They, QC. I've had a knife come through that was actually it came through, and I don't know, they missed it or I might have missed it or something, but it was just bad. Like it was like broken, and they were just like, we'll pay, send it back, and they immediately just got another one out to me. They didn't even really wait for me to send it back. I had another one from another seller that I got it, and unfortunately it was a limited edition collaboration that they didn't have any more of. And when I got it, the scale was cracked on it. Now, while they couldn't replace it because they were all sold out, they sent me a label to ship it back. And even before I had it in the box, they already had a credit ready for me. They already had a credit ready for me. So, again, there's, if you're paying attention and you ask a lot of questions, there are some really good sellers out there. There are some that, I probably won't do business ever with again. But if you'd like to know from my experience, I'd be happy to provide names of really good sellers. Chasing Blades is really good. Like I said, I love them because they're low energy. They're low energy. They love questions. They have their little quirks, but they're really good brothers. And I like making them laugh, which is hilarious. And just probably some of my favorite sellers on whatnot. Appalachian freeze-dried knives is also really good. They don't have Appalachian freeze-dried knives doesn't have, I don't believe the size or the quantity that Chasing Blades has. However, really, really nice seller. Awesome guy. And they have freeze-dried candy if you don't mind a little bit of diabetes along with your blade. A really good freeze-dried candy that my girlfriend may or may not be hooked on. They're good for, he's got a mix of primarily traditional and some modern. Going Gear is one of the guys that I tend to go for a lot of my modern stuff. Going Gear and Blade City. Going Gear is the one where I got that limited edition that had the crack on the scale, but like I said, they took care of me like right away. They apologized. Like they don't know how the crack, how could it have been cracked or anything like that. It was surprising to me. Unfortunately, they couldn't replace it because it was limited. But again, before I even got in the box to return it, they already had a credit going for me, so they take care of you if there's any problem. But there's some of the Going Gear is one of the ones that, like I said before, I've been able to get really, really good deals on some modern knives. Blade City is another one that I've got some really good deals on modern knives as well. And they have there's a lot of exclusives that you can get on Whatnot that are going to be a little harder to get anywhere else. I don't know what it is with Whatnot sellers and manufacturers, but I see a lot of manufacturers like Ramet, especially, and they'll do collaboration, like limited run collaborations with those sellers on Whatnot. Like there was that one with Going Gear. I actually have another one from Going Gear that is a limited collaboration with them. It still might be available. I don't know if it's still. I don't know if it is available still or not. Because I don't know how limited it is. But let me put some knives out of the way, and I can tell you. So many boxes. Where are you? Where is my Vosted collection? This one. This one was a limited collaboration between Going Gear and Vosted. This is a Corgi V for Vankerlock. That's you can get various color variations of the Corgi V. However, the Dune Copper Blade and I hope I'm not murdering this name or what it's called. Refer Noble Scales on this one. This particular combination was a collaboration effort between them and Going Gear. So that's one of the collaborations that I've gotten from Whatnot. Another one of my favorites was from a couple from Blade City. Like this is a collaboration between Ketewo and Blade City. This is a mini Griffin. Now, they have a good variety of Ketewo mini Griffins, but this particular color combination, I think only 90 were made. I could be wrong on the number. I know it was very limited, but I believe only 90 were made in this particular color combination. There are other colors available, just not like this one. This here, another limited that I got again from Blade City. Blade City does a lot of collaborations. Where's that other one? This is one of my favorites from Blade City. This is a Remet Wild Species. And this was a collaboration between Remet and Blade City. You can see the Blade City logo on the pivot. And that's a copper carbon fiber scale on that one. You like Arizona also? You found some rare ones there? I don't know if I've checked Arizona out or not. I'll have to take a look. There's a lot of blade sellers on Whatnot. A lot of them. But yeah, this is one of the first collaborations I got on Whatnot was this one here. In fact, one of the next ones I'm getting next week is going to be a Blade City Remet collaboration, limited collaboration. I think only either between 50 to 90 were made. I could be wrong on the number, but a very limited number. It's a Remet Rhino done in their Ultimate Warrior scales, which are supposed to be UV reactive. Obviously, I don't have it here yet, but it's supposed to be coming next week. I hope. Should be here by next week. And then I'll be able to show you guys. For my, the more rare stuff, now this is more of like limited and not like old rare. I like to go to RL Simp or Cowbell Cutlery. I'm pretty sure his username on Whatnot is RL Simp. But he does a lot of case knives and Bear & Sons as well. But a lot, like what I can't get in Chasing Blades, for example. Like if I can get it on Chasing Blades, I get it on Chasing Blades. But some of the stuff that they can't get, like, what is that called? Not Kieranite. Coralon. That's it. A lot of he can get his hands on a lot of Coralon knives. A lot of times he can get his hands on a lot of what's the term I'm looking for? I've seen a lot of knives, a lot of Shepherd Hill knives on RL Simp as well. And I've gotten quite a few from him. Usually if I'm getting something on from RL Simp though, I'm usually hunting something Coralon or something limited that unfortunately Chasing Blades can't get a hold of. Now, if you don't know what Coralon is, if you're a case knife collector, or they do Coralon for other manufacturers also. I've seen them for Frost. I've seen them for Rough Rider. Or no, I don't know if I've seen them from Rough Rider. I've seen them on Frost knives. I've seen them on Queen and Baron Sun knives. Coralon is a Michael Prater thing. They're all limited, and while some of them will be like under a specific name, like I'm just gonna pull a name out of my head, like Fire and Box series, for example. They might have different series, but no two Coralon are gonna look the same. Here's a Coralon. I can't remember what this is, and so they're all gonna be limited. Some of them are signed by Michael Prater, some aren't. This one is I don't know what this is called. I can't remember which one this was called. Because they all seem to have the same skeleton pre-hafted trapper. This one's a CA607 FMC. I can't remember the name. But this is Coralon. And no two are going to look alike. Burning Stables, how you doing? Morgan! Here's my mod. Had errands to do today. No worries. This is a Coralon scaled trapper, case trapper. Again, they're all going to look a little different because of how the swirls are done. The interesting thing about the Coralon is there's no pins on Coralon knives like there are on like Kieranite, or I can't remember what other synthetics they use, a lot of other synthetics. So you get a really clean scale with no pins on the side. And again, they're all going to look different. They're all limited to some extent. I've seen them limited like 500 limited to like 2700 limited run. Regardless of how limited they are, usually they get hard to find pretty quick. And more often than not, you kind of have to keep your eye on. I can never remember how they like to wrap these things up. I just end up swaddling the hell out of my knives. I'll just do that. But Coralons tend to get rare pretty quick. Like I was trying to get my whole once I first started learning about Coralon, I was trying to get my hands on something called a Fire and Box, and trying to find them new retail was I thought I'd missed the boat on them until I got lucky and saw that RL Simp happened to have one for sale, and I jumped on it. I just got to figure out where it's at. It's in that box, that shoe box that I was showing. But working on a leather stack handle, so tedious. I've never I've never made one of my own. I'd love to design a. Oh, found it. I'd love to design my own. I've had ideas float in my head for a folder. Just trying, and then they change constantly. This is the Fire and Box I was talking about that I was having a hard time trying to find. Again, this is a Coralon. This one's a Fire and Box. This is one of 25. Okay, so this was limited to 2,500 slanted bolsters. You can see there, Premier Edition Fire and Box. Some of them will have a Michael Prater signature on them. Yeah, your typical clip point, California clip point and spay blade. This one is also fingerprinted the hell up. I can't imagine a leather stack handle being not tedious. So well, it says it in your name. Burning Stables Forge. You have a website? I'll have to check that out. It's it's for a Rambo knife inspired by the toy. Turning up. I would love to see pictures. You know what? I've got a Discord for this channel. A link should be down below, or if Morgan wants to throw a link up, I'd love to see photos. It's not a very big Discord, but I have one out there because I figured that's another way that people can share photos and stuff like that and just chat. And I've got an Instagram for I'll share photos on the Discord. I've got an Instagram that I put a lot of photos up as well of knives that are in my collection or what I might be carrying during that particular day. Again, just another fun thing to do. I've been enjoying this quite a lot. Thank you, Morgan. Yeah, so if you want to, I'd love to see it. That'd be awesome to check out. There we go. Cleaned up a little bit. That's the fire in box. Another example of a Coralon knife. And again, no two are going to look the same. I was just intrigued by all the swirly colors, the fact that it had no pins in it. And there's a lot of different types, but they get hard to find pretty quick though. There's a lot of people that seem to like the Coralon and they snap them up pretty fast. Especially depending on the amount of limited runs. Like I did this one, like I said, I said this was one of 2,700, was it? No, the one of 2,500. And I remember looking for one of these, and I found one online, and I was just sitting there going, "Do I want to get it? I'm not sure." I decided to wait a day, and the very next day they were done. They were gone, and I thought I'd missed the boat because they only had one. They only had that one available. And I just got really lucky. I just happened to be on RL Simp's show on Whatnot, and I saw that this knife in the background. I'm like, is that what I think it is? And he had one in box, and I had to snap it up. Now, the only thing is, I don't know if this was the original. I don't believe it was the original box. So I think that was the only thing. I don't think it was the original box. But that's minor. I don't care. I've got a fire in box. I was happy. Discord confuses me. No worries. Oh, it's on your Instagram. I have an Instagram as well. I will check out your Instagram. Give me a second. Is your Instagram under the same name? I'll do that right now. If I don't do that right now, I will forget. My memory sucks. Let me see if I can find you on there. Burning Stables Forge. I think I found you. Clayton. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. You just got a follow from me. There we go. I am going to have to check that out. Ooh. I was going to say I was going to check it out later. Now I'm staring at some of the photos. Those are pretty. Whoops. Now I got distracted. I will check out more and I will like the hell out of them because I already like the hell out of them. just from what little I'm seeing, I'm already found a lot of them. So yeah, I'll check more of those out and I'll like the hell out of your photos. That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. If anybody in chat has a has an Instagram of their own YouTube channel, if you're a Whatnot seller, go ahead and let me know, and I'll have Morgan do her stuff, provided she's not in the middle of cooking, and maybe get a link up in chat and things like that. Or if you're able to get on Discord, you can share any of those links in there, because I like to share that stuff. I need more coffee. There we go. So I just another way of giving back. I mean, in growing the community. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much for sharing that one. I lost track of what I was doing. I was doing something I can't remember. Shit. I knew I forgot something. I was gonna sharpen some stuff, and I realized it just needed a little honing. That thing was fantastic. I was gonna test that one knife that I was gonna be carrying. I wanted to make sure that this was ready to go. This is that concept Corvid I was talking about. Let me get some of these out of the way. Good grief. So many. They're all sitting on my... Okay, I gotta find another place for that kitchen knife. In fact, I think I'll throw that in the kitchen before I forget, because otherwise it's just sitting on my table, sitting or on my desk, and last thing I need is to forget that it's there, grab a hold of something and go, why am I bleeding? So I'm gonna throw this in the kitchen. Okay, so that is out of the way. No fear of... Yeah, sirens, total squirrel brain. There's a reason why I use the squirrel. This will go back in that box. And again, as I'm squirreling around, if you have any questions on my collection, questions about me, questions about knives in general, favorite things, things like that, feel free and ask. I am also going to have to find a place for you guys. I am swiftly running out of space in these cases. I've got another empty case that's about to fill the hell up. Well, speaking of filling up, whoops, I just ran out of space. That can go there. And those two will sit there until I figure out what I'm doing. And this, I was going to test the blade out on, see if I needed to do any stropping or anything to it. Do I tend to wait on sales or pounce on new releases? That all depends on what it is. If it's a new release that's not limited in any way and things like that, a lot of times I'll wait. It really depends on the knife. There are some knives that I'll look at, it's a new release, and I'll just be like, ooh, that's pretty. And, you know, say it ticks a lot of boxes. Say it's a blade profile I like. Say it's the type of scale I like. Size requirement, steel, and it's a decent enough price, and I'm not going to be eating ramen for another month, I might pounce on it immediately. If it's not like that, then I don't have a problem waiting. Huh. That's a little on the... I know I've used this a bit. It's not that bad, but if it's a limited edition, like for example, that Remet that I get, that was a collaboration from Blade City, the Remets that were a collaboration with Blade City. Sometimes the collaborations with Going Gear, things like that, where they're very limited. A lot of times, Blade City ones tend to be limited to like around 100 made, sometimes less, sometimes more. And those, if it's something that I really like, I will try to pounce on immediately, because the windows on those tend to close very quick. For example, there was the last one that I got, that I ordered from Blade City, was it's supposed to be here next week, is the Ultimate Warrior, which is a UV reactive scale, Remet Wild Species, or no, Remet Rhino. Okay. That went on sale, like it just dropped yesterday at 12 Eastern, 11 o'clock a.m. my time, Central Standard Time. And I actually set my alarm for it, because I believe that one only 90 were being made. So I actually set my alarm for it. I do love the Remet Rhino. I have a few of them. And when I heard that they were doing that type of scale, I set my alarm. As soon as it was getting close, I got on the website and just started refreshing. I managed to nab one, and within the next few minutes, I checked back, because I was like, would I be able to get a second one? So I went back, then just a few minutes later, they were all gone. All of them. And I know they held on to maybe a handful of them that they didn't sell on their website for their Whatnot show. So the only place you could have gotten it was on their Whatnot show. Now, if I remember correctly, it was about an $80, $90 knife. On the Whatnot show, I saw a few of them start going, and they were already going for about $130 to $150 on the auctions. And some of those knives I've seen that were limited editions, limited collaborations, a lot of times I've seen them double really quickly. There is a, what was it? It was a, I'll give you an example. Here's another knife that was really limited, and also another Whatnot seller that surprisingly I don't buy a lot from Whatnot, but the seller I bought a lot from their website, and that's smkw.com. They have a Whatnot show, but more often than not, I go on their website to do my buying. They did a release. SMKW did a release on this. So this is the Case Crossroads Sodbuster Jr. Peanut Butter and Jelly. The peanut butter and jellies tend to be super desirable. Now this Sodbuster, I believe, was about $85 when it dropped on SMKW's website. This was another one I set my alarm for. And they limited it to one per order. I managed to snag one. And again, this one ran, I think the retail cost I paid $85 for. You can't get these. These sold out faster than hell. And last few reports I got from people, I don't know if they're still up there, but when people were selling these on Whatnot, they were going for over $200 for this one knife. The one that I paid $85 for. Because it's one of those good luck getting these again. I don't know if they're going to do another release of these. I probably not. It's one thing with the peanut butter and jellies is they keep a very limited edition or limited amount of these. But yeah, last I heard these were going for over $200. So yeah, on knives like this, yeah, I'll jump on immediately. If it's something that I want, I'm not just going to grab any random thing. I really wanted a peanut butter jelly. The Sodbuster and a Crossroads on top of that was just phenomenal. S35 VN steel, Cerakoted even, which none of the other Crossroads are Cerakoted, with the peanut butter and jelly scales on this, and these are G10 scales, I believe. Yeah. That something like that, I will jump on immediately, provided I'm not having to eat ramen for the next month. But otherwise, yeah, if it's something that's going in production, is not limited, I don't have to worry about, FOMO. then yeah, I'll wait till sale, or just wait till, I'm in a better, I can better handle the hit to my account, I guess you could say. Baby hatchet, this thing. Oh, that's what you're talking. I thought you said baby hatched. Yeah, my baby hatchet. But yeah, stuff like that I'll pounce on. Otherwise, I try not to be in a rush to get anything in particular. Not most knives are relatively mass produced and not hard to get, and so aren't a worry. It's not going to kill me if I wait a week or two to grab something, or even a month, or just wait for a sale. A lot of times you can get some really good stuff for a sale. Like, I didn't snap these concepts up until I found a good sale for these. And I ended up getting one of every size because I thought these were neat as hell. But yeah, I mean, these are part of a regular lineup. So I wasn't, they do have periodically limited runs with different colors or different scale types or scale graphics. And it all depends. If it's something that really catches my eye and I feel like I really want it, then I might jump on it. Otherwise, usually I don't get too many multiples of a knife unless it's a knife that I really enjoy carrying and using a lot of. If I carry a knife a lot and use it a lot, there's a good chance I'll have multiples of it, because mainly because if something happens, I have another one on hand I can use. Not that anything really bad's happened to anything that I've used. I don't do it too often, but I think the only ones that I've gotten multiples of are the Remet Rhinos, the Wild Species, because I love those knives. The Spyderco Sage 5, I got that one in a different steel because I love that knife. One of my favorites is, I've got two of these. These are the Kershaw Bel Airs, which I still believe are some of the best knives on the market when it comes to cost and materials and just build quality. Kershaw really knocked it out of the park with this one. Really slicey magna cut blade. I know some people have like crossbar fatigue at this point because there's so many different crossbar locks available, but they did a really good job of this one. I love the scale. I just love everything about this knife. That I got a second one, which was this blue anodized aluminum scale one. Otherwise, pretty much the same knife, just different aesthetics. It's just a really cool blade. Still one of my favorites out of my entire collection. And just overall awesome. Now, this one, I don't carry too often. I do like the blade. It's more of a novelty thing. So I did notice it was dragging a little bit. Where did I put my strap? I was just staring at it. I have a bad habit. There it is. We're just gonna strap this carefully. I have used this knife on occasion. I don't use it all that often because this one does tend to draw looks when I pull this one out, which is something I generally try not to do unless it's with people I know that also have, a similar affinity for bladed things. I know I have some friends that collect, not to the extent that I do, but otherwise I'm not very like, how do I put this? I'm not flashing my knife around a lot. And this one tends to draw eyes quite a bit if I pull it out to use it. So I don't carry it all that often. But I have used it. I do carry it now and then. It's just a fun knife to carry. It's a great knife to use. It's a lot handier than a lot of people would think with a cleaver style blade. When this thing, great at chopping through cardboard, opening packages. It's not so great at some tasks, like where I have to slip the blade under something like a cord or strap or something like that. Not the best one for that. Because trying to get this cleaver under a strap that's pulled really tight, not very easy. So, but still surprisingly useful for a lot of things. I've even used it for food prep just for shits and giggles. I mean, it's a cleaver blade. It's actually great for that. Actually, I don't think I used this one for food prep. I have one that's just a little bigger than that I used. Because they have another size just slightly larger. I'd like to say it's about like a 3.5 inch blade. Where this is right at 3. Like right at 3 inches. Yeah, it's a hatchet. It's a cleaver. But it's surprisingly comfortable. Like you can choke up because of that large finger choil. You can choke up really nicely on this one. It's got a nice full grip on it, pretty ergonomic grip to it. And where you have the places where you can put your thumb, like there's a pretty aggressive jimping here, or I especially like the back right here because it just, my thumb just fits right in there. You know, little shelf there. And when it comes to, again, with the shape of the handle, I can, the way my fingers sit, the curvature, it brings a lot of my fingers up higher so I can use the majority of that cutting edge. And, you know, for slicing, cutting, chopping, it just works really well. And again, especially for food prep. Yeah, though like I said, I did use the larger one. This one I have carried on occasion because this is about as big as I'm comfortable carrying. But I don't do it very often because this draws eyes. And I'm not out there just, you know, trying to draw everybody's eye to the really sharp object in my pocket. Because you know how some people can be a little weird about things. So I tend to try to be a little bit more discreet with what I carry. It all depends on who you know, where I'm going and who I know I'm going to be with at the time. Okay, so that should be much better. Where did I put that magazine? Where's my sacrificial magazine that I just was holding? There you are. You got to post some pics of the process, and so going to do that. Okay, I'll still probably be here. I just like sticking around and chatting. Thanks, Stacy. Thanks for coming by. Really appreciate it. Come back again. There we go. Nice and smooth. Should be hair shaving sharp. I would test it on my arm, but I do a lot of testing on my arm. And I'm still waiting for a lot of hair to grow back. Hold on. Yeah. Hair shaving sharp. Let's see how it does on an unsupported cardboard roll. So if it's a dull edge, it's not going to do much. Even knives that I've deemed pretty sharp and will cut through paper pretty well will just end up pushing this thing around. There we go. That's how I like it. Oops. Well, it's already been cut once, so that's how I like it. Do I shave with a straight razor? I used to. Now I just use clippers. I have some straight razors. I don't use them on my face all that often. I've done it. I've done it more recently, more for fun, like to prove to myself that I've got something sharp enough that I don't have a problem shaving with it. But for on the daily, I've got clippers. I'll just use some clippers and I'm good. I don't use straight razors on my face on the daily. Sometimes for just a rare fun time. That's about it. I got a lot of bandages and antiseptic and stuff. I don't want to slip up and need to use them. So that one is ready for pocket carry. I'll slip that back in. It's got a pouch it's supposed to sit in, but when I put it away, like Concept's been one of those manufacturers that really took me by surprise this in 2025. That I snapped up a lot of those. Remet's the same. Migaron, a lot of good budget knives from Migaron. Mike dropped. How you doing? Vosteed, another really cool manufacturer. One of my favorite knives is from Vosteed. Actually, a couple of my favorite knives are from Vosteed. I showed you that Corgi, which is really neat. This is probably one. This used to be one of my most carried knives. Is the Porcupine, because it's just a great size, awesome button lock, top liner lock. Actually, just an awesome daily carry. I've carried this a lot. Like I said, the Spyderco has been kind of dominating my pocket, but before the Spyderco, this was a regular fixture in my pocket. Was the Raccoon. Another favorite from Vosteed. This one was a limited series as well. I believe this was a limited series with Blade. I'd like to say Blade City. Could be wrong though. I'm pretty sure this was Blade City. And what I mean by limited is they have the Hedgehog, but not this scale type. I believe was a collaboration between Vosteed and Blade City. But otherwise, really nice top liner lock again. And this is the blade shape that's probably one of my favorites. This type of blade shape, like a sheep's foot blade shape. I just really like for utility. Hefty, meaty blade. This thing is a chunky boy. You're having net issues? No worries. Now, this one has some thick blade stock to it. But another one of my favorites, this Hedgehog. I don't carry this one all too often. I actually want to get a second one. I actually want to get a second one of these. It's just a really, really nice knife. This one was surprisingly fun. This is a Croc. Kind of similar to the Hedgehog. In terms of blade profile. However, a thinner handle. So if you've got smaller hands or you just like a thinner handle as opposed to the much chunkier size of the Hedgehog, this one's a great one. Also in a top liner lock. I love Vosteed's top liner locks. This one comes in various colors. I just thought the purple and yellow was just an interesting combination because it's not something that I have a lot of or any of aside from this one in my collection. So I went with this color. Really easy to use thumb holes on this one and a very usable front flipper as well. And of course the top liner lock. Just a really neat, on the budget end for Vosteed. I call the Hedgehog probably one of their higher end knives or premium knives. This one I like almost as much. It's just an like it's a little bigger. I still prefer carrying, even though I prefer this blade profile, I actually still prefer carrying my Porcupine though. But still pretty cool knife on this one. But yeah, Vosteed's another one that surprised me last year. Just really love their stuff. I've got a lot of Kaiser. I've got a lot of Civivi. QSP is another one that I probably never would have heard about unless it was Whatnot. And they got some amazing stuff. This is still one of my favorites. And this is on their low end, this QSP Penguin. And I think the thing that surprised me about the QSP Penguin is this is probably one of the fastest deploying knives I have in my collection. It's just super smooth and super fast. Like, I'm pretty sure I can flick this out faster than a lot of my automatic knives that I have in my collection. It's just that smooth and quick. It's a lighter lock. It's one of their lesser expensive knives. What steel is this? I can't remember what steel this is. I'd like to say 14C28N, but I can't quite remember. But just a super fast. I'm like, it's again. There's a lot of restrictions on automatics that I think are actually kind of just outdated and useless when you have knives like this that just come out like a shot. The QSP has been another surprise. I just really like a lot of the knives that I've gotten from QSP have just been absolutely amazing. This one's one of their button lock ones. This one's more of a plunger style button lock. This one I think is called the Grebe. Still super smooth, super fast. And let's see. This one. Now this is also a Penguin, but this is one of their glide lock versions. So instead of a liner lock, you have a glide lock, which is essentially a crossbar lock. It's their name for the crossbar lock. This one does have a sheep's foot profile, which I like. Because of the crossbar lock, it's not as quick as that orange one, but still pretty darn fast. Although, I don't know what it is about that orange one that makes it feel so much quicker. Because I know with the crossbar lock, or the glide lock in this case, there is a little added friction because the blade is generally pushing against that spring-loaded locking system, which I know will slow it down just a hair. Like, I can feel the difference. But still pretty darn quick. But I loved the scales on this. This was aluminum G10? Aluminum foil G10, I think? Which is just really pretty. And just a really interesting blade. Yeah, I like the blade. Personally, I like the look of the aluminum. I'm more partial to copper, though. But I did think it was a very interesting looking handle from QSP. And I think the latest one I got was a G10. I'm still thinking if I want to dye this one because it's a natural G10. I forgot what they call this thing. 14C28. It's QSP. Yeah, I forgot the name. It's so many of these. It looks weird, but it's surprisingly comfortable because it curves into the hand. And I thought it was weird looking. I thought I'd give it a try because a lot of people kept saying that it's very comfortable in the hand, and it is. The only thing, I wish I was able to choke up on it higher, but at the same time, you don't really need to. It's got such a very comfortable, I have such a comfortable grip on it that I wish I could choke up on it, but I don't know. I guess I still get really good control over that blade edge, where usually to get that feeling, you have to choke up really high. But just another interesting knife. That one's also QSP. I'm tempted to dye this one. I just haven't done that yet. The hell is this one? Oh, and then my favorite QSP has to be this. Also my prettiest QSP, one of my prettier knives. This one is the QSP Dolphin in abalone, or abalone. This one is gorgeous. And the polishing job they did on this blade is freaking killer. Not to mention sharp as hell. This one bit me good. Like, I was cleaning this one. I remember I was cleaning this blade, and as I was cleaning this blade, I was running a cloth over the back, and my thumb had curled over, and I had a few layers of cloth. And as I went, was it that thumb or this thumb? It was one of my thumbs. I can't even remember. But as I was bringing the cloth over the edge, it cut through at least, I forgot how many times I had it folded over, like 2 or 3 times. And it wasn't until I got to the tip that I realized I felt the edge into my thumb. And it healed up surprisingly fast because of how sharp this blade was. If you have a nice, like a razor sharp blade, and you have the unfortunate luck to cut yourself, a lot of times they'll heal a lot faster because the fact that they're so sharp, it's a very clean cut. But this is probably one of my more beautiful knives in my collection. No pocket clip on this one. I have a leather slip that I got from QSP for it. Interesting handle profile on this one. It reminds me. I've mentioned it. If anybody's into Star Wars, Count Dooku's lightsabers because they have that curve to them. So when you're holding this knife, it feels good. It feels a lot better than it looks. And it brings the point naturally in line with just straight out because of that curve on the handle. This is just a really interesting blade to me. Again, probably one of my prettier knives in my collection. And I don't know if they call this a frame lock or, because that's weird because there's no cut on the abalone. And I mean, it could be considered a really thick liner lock, or I don't know. I think they do call it a liner lock. I don't think they call it necessarily a frame lock, but it's like the size of a frame lock, which is the way it works since it's all internal, I guess. You call it a liner lock. Love that knife. Super pretty. And there's a lot of knives that don't get a lot of outdoor time simply because either I can't get them anymore or they have some special meaning. But I try to get knives that I have no problem using. I'm getting to the point of where I'm tempted to hold another whatnot auction and try to make room for other knives. A lot of the knives I have in my collection I really like. And then I'll look at it and go, I think I need to make more room. And then I'll start looking at the knives that I have. I'll go, I really don't want to get rid of any of them because they're pretty. I have a problem with hoarding. It's not that bad. I'm not on any TV show, but I know I have a hoarding issue when it comes to video games. It's creeping into the knife collection. What would you say is probably your, like, do you have a favorite knife? Do I own a Kershaw Iridium? I'm sorry, I didn't see that question. Sevens. Not a regular Iridium. I have Kershaw mini Iridiums, which I don't know where they're at the moment. I had 2 of them. I'm trying to remember where I put them. They've got to be in this case. Let's see. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, one of my favorite inexpensive knives. I'll show that one in a little bit. There they are. These are the mini Iridiums. Essentially, just a smaller version. These are D2 steel. And just really nice blades. They're about at the limit in terms of size, like that, like for this Kershaw type, for this Kershaw blade. Any smaller, I probably wouldn't have liked them as much. They're really nice though. I've got this color, And then I've got this copper with a black wash blade. Nice knives. Okay. I think YouTube might be having some weird troubles. Because I just noticed that like my audio streams are like low. Although it seems to be okay now. I don't know what happened there. Maybe because I was quiet for a moment. Everything seems fine now. I don't have any of the regular size iridiums though. I generally, now I know I have a lot of knives that are bigger than I typically carry. And a lot of times it's because I like the design. But I'll generally keep my collection to knives that I can carry. I mean, for the most part. And that's why I haven't got the iridium yet. I've just stuck with the mini iridiums. Because again, if I'm carrying every day, and I know I'm going to be using something, for day-to-day use, I generally don't go too flashy because I don't like to draw eyes too much. Like if I'm cutting boxes, the last thing I want is for everybody, to draw everybody's eye to what tool I'm using. And then have a lot of people just sort of like questioning. It's one thing if it's a lot of people that I know that share an interest in knives, because then I know the curiosity is different. The knife could then end up being like a talking point, chat and stuff like that. And we start sharing stuff. But if it's a lot of times the workplace or people I don't know, a lot of times I'll get those looks, and it's because people generally, for the most part, they still have this fear of things like this. And if they have something that's really flashy and drawing everybody's attention, you get a few people that, their brain tends to run wild. Like, what do you have something like that? Even though I'm just using it to cut boxes, open packages, cut cables, or whatever, using it as it's intended. Like this one will draw a lot less attention, or at least unwanted attention, than that giant cleaver. Bunny, how you doing? You got this Spada today for 70. Oh yeah, you mentioned you got it for $75. Did you share a picture? I would have nabbed it for $75 too, but I was late. I was late. Otherwise, I would have done the same thing. I'm kind of jealous now because I want that Espada. I have my Raja, but that Espada is just really cool looking. I'm gonna put those two away. This one's another one of my favorites to carry, and it's not even that expensive. This was like $30. The Ontario Rat. I think I like it because it's simply just A, it's inexpensive. B, it does what it needs to do, and it's just a hardworking knife, easy to keep, easy to maintain. So it might not keep its edge anywhere near as long as a lot of my other knives, but it's very easy to rehone, or sharp. I haven't even had to sharpen it really. All I've done was rehone this blade. I don't know at what point it's at right now, because I haven't done anything with it in a little bit. but they're inexpensive, very easy to maintain. I think this is still pretty good. I know I've done a lot of package cutting with this not recently, but a while ago. And then I haven't touched it since, other than keeping it clean. This edge should still be pretty damn good. It feels pretty good through that paper. We'll see how it is after I just clean off that edge a little. Now, if you're wondering what's on this one, on the rough side, this is the rough side of my leather strap. This one's made by Sharple. And I have a 0.5 micron diamond emulsion that's on this strap. And on the smooth side, I have a 0.1. And I can get a pretty shiny edge with just these straps. Usually when I rehone, I'll use that ceramic rod on the Sharpo. Or the Work Sharp. And I've got a 0.5 micron on that Work Sharp as well. On the leather strap. And a lot of times I'll just end it at that. Sometimes if I just feel like doing a little more, then I'll take it to this one, which is the 0.1 micron. And I'll usually have a pretty good, really shiny edge on that. You usually carry the Raja 2? You actually carry that thing? Okay, well, kind of there. Yeah, you can see that unsupported. It's just pushing it around. I don't think I need to do much other than stropping. Because we were just right about there. I'm not applying much pressure at all. Because I don't want to roll the edge over. A lot of times I'm going by feel on this. I can feel how much it drags. Let's see how that's now. Sometimes the holdout. You're typing knife jokes and actually... Okay. Let's try that again with a fresh roll. Much better. Just how I like it. Doesn't take much. In fact, I very rarely do any actual sharpening on, like, most of the time I'm just honing a blade. The only time I do a lot of sharpening is if there's a roll. Like, I really hate it when I hit like one of those staples in a box. I try to be careful of that. or a chip, then yeah, I'm resharpening. After so long, eventually I'll need to resharpen a blade, but most of the time honing brings it back to where I need it. And then I don't have to do much after that for a good long while. You'd be surprised at how abrasive and how quickly cardboard, depending on the cardboard, can dull a blade. There we go. But yeah, this is one of my favorite like workhorses also. I used to carry this a lot. This is that Ontario Rat, the Rat 2 or 3. I get confused. Made in Taiwan, those 2. The Rat 2, the Rat 1 is essentially the same thing, just bigger. That's the more well-known one. Is the Rat 1. And this one I know is sharp as hell. I haven't actually used this one nearly as much as the Rat 2, because the Rat 2 is a more for me, more carryable because of the size. I'd carry the Rat 1 more if it wasn't so much, again, one of those things that tends to draw the eye because it's a much bigger knife. So I end up carrying this guy a lot more. This used to dominate my pocket quite a bit before I got into the Spydercos. The Spydercos are just amazing. That Sage 6 is still my favorite. You're a custodian for over 20 years. You know how dull you can get. Bro, what? You did a lot of, as a custodian, you did a lot of, what did you do as a custodian? I'm not too familiar with what they might do. Speaking of which, I used to carry, I mentioned that they carry this one a lot, and I haven't checked the blade on this in a while. This one still should be super sharp. And another thing I've mentioned before, I do tend to use my traditional knives more than I do my moderns, because I do like to keep my moderns, I guess you can say, more at the ready in case of an emergency where I need something that I can use one-handed and can deploy quickly. So more often than not, if I'm just doing like mundane tasks like cutting cardboard or like opening packages, cutting straps or ropes, things like that, which is the majority of what I do, tends to be opening boxes, breaking down boxes, cutting straps and stuff. Not that I even do a lot of that, because I work in IT. So it all depends on, like, if I got parts and I'm having to open the boxes for the parts, and then a lot of times to just be like, to make things a little easier to deal with, I might break the boxes down and cutting them in small, as opposed to just flattening them. I'll cut them into smaller pieces to be easier to deal with, depending on if I've got a lot of boxes I'm dealing with. And then a lot of times I'm cutting things like like zip ties, straps, things like that. And so I'm not the most heavy user, and more often than not I'm using my traditional knives, again, because I want to keep these at the ready. This is one of the few knives I can easily just sort of like swim through paper with. The Magna Cuts are even crazier in terms of sharpness. Like if I took this right now, freaking love that knife. Love that knife. I don't have too many, Like I can, there's actually, no, scratch that. I have a lot of knives I can easily cut through cardboard, cut through unsupported cardboard tubes like that, can swim through paper with ease. Not, it's not just the Spyderco, but very few that will cut through it as effortlessly as some of my Spydercos, which is why I've grown to like them so much. The other knives that I have that'll do that, like my Benchmade, or not Benchmade, why did I say Benchmade? My Kershaw, I meant to say Bel Air. My Kershaw Bel Airs, the Demco 8020.5 that I have, the shark foot, will cut through those things like butter. But these Spydercos have been amazing. And the Sage 5 has quickly become my favorite one. There's two more Spydercos I'm staring at that I haven't decided whether I'm going to get yet. And that would be the, how do I pronounce it? Chaparral, which is another lockback knife. Kind of similar to my Native 5. But yeah, it's another lockback, kind of similar to this one, and then the Yojimbo or the Micro Jimbo, which is a really, like, if you think that the PM3 is weird looking or the PM2 is weird looking, I think the Yojimbos look the weirdest. But I'm curious about it because the blade shape is more along. It's closer to what I normally enjoy using. It just looks really, really weird. Which is one of the reasons why I haven't pounced on it yet. And that Spyderco does tend to be on the pricier side. What's been dominating my pocket lately? Just the one I just showed you. This one. This one here has been dominating my pocket. I do still switch it out now and then. It's interesting if you keep an eye on my Instagram, I'll put out what my daily carry is or was for that day. If I don't put on a new photo for my EDC carry, it's probably because it's this knife in my pocket. There's been a couple times where I haven't put something on Instagram because this. Otherwise, I didn't want my Instagram to be constantly being the same knife. So if I'm carrying this, there might not be a new photo on Instagram that day because I've already done a number of photos with this knife. And I realized I've been carrying this so much that I didn't want it dominating all the pictures on my Instagram. But the Sage 5 with the G10 and the Spy 27 steel, not that I like this any better than the MagnaCut's my favorite. But I do like the feel of the scales on this one. And the Spy 27 steel is proving to be really, really nice. That I've got a few other knives that were in it, like this Native 5. This is another one that I tend to carry a lot too. Because it's such a nice, it's actually such a nice carry. It's a surprisingly nice knife. Even though it's a lockback knife, I can still use it one-handed without any issue. It's just the Sage 5 is a little quicker in that regard. But still a really nice knife. Again, Spy 27. Before I got this, and before I got the Sage 5 in Spy 27, it was this. And this is the Spyderco Delica 4, also in Spy 27 steel. It has the more unique bird-looking shape blade of the other Spydercos, like the PM3 and the PM2, or Para 3, Para 2. And the funny thing is I got this one partially because I was thinking, I think I called the video immersion therapy. And I still think these blades look goofy. And I figured if I got another one, because I really did like the Para 3. It just looks goofy to me. I figured if I got another one with a similar blade shape, And if I got more of them, I get more and more used to seeing it, more and more used to using it. And like I said, the blade shape is growing on me. I still think they look weird. You know, I have much prettier knives in my opinion. Like these aren't, none of these knives are going to win beauty contests. None of these knives are going to win beauty contests, to me anyway. However, they're really good users. Uh-oh. Did I lose my screen? Oh no. I might have lost my camera. How did that happen? Give me a moment. I think I know what happened. Oh no. Would you believe it? I think my phone died. It was plugged. I always have this thing plugged in. Oh, that's what happened. I think my thing got knocked out. Give me a minute. We've got some technical difficulties. I'm still here. I'm just putting something up on the screen. Yeah, it blacked out. My plug got knocked out. And then my phone died. I didn't realize my plug had been just partially plugged in because I thought I saw a charge symbol, but I think what was happening is it was charging slower than normal. So now I have a black screen. Well, don't that beat all? I was like, what the hell? Now, there might be a slight problem because it did like entirely devoid my phone of juice. So it is currently dead. I'll give this a couple minutes. We'll see if I can get this back up and running. Otherwise, this is going to be a lot shorter stream than I thought. Ah, shit. Man, I had that thing plugged in. And didn't realize that it had gotten knocked out. I don't even know how it got knocked out. I must have gotten yanked somehow when I was setting up and didn't even realize it. I got audio, so that's good. Okay. I'm going to give it like a minute or two. I can go D&D. Yeah. I mean, I'd be willing to answer more questions. The only problem is I can't show anything. God darn phone. One of these days, I'm going to get a dedicated camera. Except they're pricey. Dedicated camera, like I have a webcam, but the webcam tends to be kind of like ass in comparison, like in terms of quality. And my phone camera is a hell of a lot better. Which is why I use it. I tried using my web camera before, and it just didn't look anywhere near as good. It was kind of poop. Not gonna lie, it was like utter poop. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can even grab it. I don't even think the cable's long enough for the webcam. But I don't want to unplug anything else, since all my cables tend to be swimming around. Okay, that cable's a lot longer than I expected it to be. A lot longer than I expected it to be, but not long enough. Not as long as I hoped it would be. Actually, it would be longer if I did it this way. I'm just letting my phone charge up a little bit, and then I'm going to try switching it back on. And then we'll see, because it's currently at 1%. And I know there's a chance, because I think the camera uses more juice than it's able to charge. So I want to get it to like a few more percent before I try to turn it back on. Because there's a good chance I'll turn it on and it'll die. Battlefield 6, yes. I could do Battlefield 6 while we wait. The only problem, there's a reason why I do top down also, is because I like I mentioned before, I'm a caregiver, and there's a lot of medical stuff and medical information along walls and private information that I don't want to be on camera, which is why I do the top down thing. There's a lot of stuff on my walls in the bedroom. Still at 1%. I don't know if this will turn on though. I'll let my phone turn on. We could do, darn it, I moved my webcam now, and now my webcam's all over the place. And the sad part, it's not long enough. I could hold it, but damn cable ain't long enough. I thought I could pull it out. I'd like if I had use of my desk, this is a table that I've been using for these lives. If I had use of my desk, I'd use my my webcam, but I don't. Okay, well, my phone is back on. It is still only at 1%. Scratch that, 2%. I'll wait for it to be completely on, and I will turn it back on and see how long we last. I think this happened during one of my whatnot shows. I really didn't realize it was not plugged in all the way. You son of a... Well, that's one thing I gotta check to make sure of for next time. Now, again, I don't know how long this will last. Because, why are you saying my... That's not in there. Where is it? Hey, look at that camera. We'll see how long that lasts. There's a good chance it could die. There's a good chance it could die again. Hopefully it won't. If it does, then that might be it. It might be a lot shorter than I thought. But at the same time, I didn't have that much to show today. I was just going over my collection for the most part, and other fun stuff. If you guys had any questions, which is pretty much where we were at. So, oh, did I move everything? I'm really weird when it comes to like things being crooked. But oh, and Mike, are we ready for? I noticed that there were messages going out for the video game channel. If we're ready for, are we doing Suns or are we doing? I didn't see what we were doing. Suns or Star Rupture? Either one's fine with me. All I was doing was getting stuff ready for Carrie, showing some surprising knives from last year. Migron was another surprise for budget knives. I can't believe I got that titanium scaled knife for under $100 for Migron. This one was a 14C28N steel with titanium scales. This was my first Migron knife, and just surprising because I think this wasn't very expensive either. I'll just start going through a lot of my knives. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to put some of these. So I took these out of boxes thinking I was going to use and carry them. We're doing Star Rupture. Okay, that's cool. And one thing I will never do now is get rid of like things like presents, regardless of the present. And I'm not saying, in my opinion, there's no bad present unless it's intentionally bad. If it's an intentionally bad present, well, then yeah, it's a bad present. But if it was a present that was well intentioned, I can't bring myself to get rid of anything like that. My steampunk, kinda not really Damascus lot, whatever the hell this is. This was a present given to me by my girlfriend. And it was just an interesting knife. It's not real Damascus. That's just some pattern they painted on the blade. It's a lock back with a really interesting spring mechanism. It's supposed to be, I guess, steampunkish looking. I don't know what kind of wood that is, but it is wood handles. It is usable. I don't know what kind of steel this is. I don't know. I really don't. Surprisingly pretty well centered in the in the well. I remember looking this up. I think this might have been like 15, 20 bucks. We're gonna look at that. I wonder if I can hone this sucker up. Where my hold on, let me check my phone. Oh, it hit 3%. Oh my god, it's charging. We might have a remainder of the show. Let's see how good this is. I never tried this knife out. I just know it was in one of my cases because it was given to me as a present. So like I said, I don't give away presents, or don't get rid of presents. I'm actually impressed. That is sharper than I thought. That actually swam through that paper really good. Get these out of the way real quick. That swam through the paper really good. I wonder. I'm not going to waste that strap on it. I know, as weird as that sounds. This one has 0.5 micron emulsion on it as well. I'm at the point where I might have to start cleaning this leather up, though. It's dark, but I know the diamond emulsions actually last a lot longer than I think most people give them credit for. The only thing that I'm wary about knives that are this inexpensive and this weird is it is a lockback knife. However, it doesn't use your typical spring. So I do get a little leery in regards to how well it's going to hold up. And like, I'd never use this for anything like hard use. This is just decoration, really. I mean, I would never really carry this thing, but I get curious as to how well certain knives act. Otherwise, why have it in my collection? But, well, I have this in my collection because that was a present. Who am I kidding? Ugh. Quickly running out of toilet paper rolls. Well, ain't that impressive? Yeah, that one a pretty good bite. Yeah, so sometimes things will surprise you. Now, as well, how well will the edge hold up on this? I have no idea. I am seeing some microchipping, but that was before I cut that cardboard. And like I said, I know that coating, whatever they use on the blade, is not going to last. But surprisingly sharp. I have other knives my girlfriend's gotten me, just because they were interesting looking. I have one stuck to my wall, which is another, I don't know what you call it. I'll go grab it in a second because it's hanging on the wall. I don't know how good that would be, but huh. I've had this for a while. This is the first time I tried cutting anything with it. Kind of surprised. Let me grab that other one that she got me off the wall. This one is another one of those that's like not real Damascus. Although, I don't know, this one's questionable. One way you can generally tell Damascus is if you look on the back of the blade, and you'll usually see the striations from the different metals on the back, like little like stripes. I thought I saw some stripes, but I don't think there are. Yeah, this is some weird leaf pattern thing. I don't think it was supposed to be Damascus. It's got an God, that's assisted. I haven't futzed around with this. She bought it for me. I thought it was cute. Hung it on the wall. Not very well centered, but that doesn't matter. It was a present. Another knife I don't think I'd ever carry, but ooh, I never checked it. It was just one of those, oh, thanks, hon. Appreciate it. This is, hell is this? 420 stainless steel. China. Is that hollow ground? Hollow ground blade. Huh. Might be another surprising one. I'm just going to give it a quick strop. It's been sitting up there. As soon as I find a knife that's assisted, it becomes questionable. I don't have a problem here. Like, again, it was a present. I'm forever grateful for that. But then you get to wondering whether it's something that, if I had to pull it down and use it, could I? No, it definitely felt sharp. I'm starting to run out of toilet paper. Where's this? Holy crap. That's sharp. I'm trying to feel if there's any place it catches. I'm not feeling anything. Nope. You know the sad part? Is this knife, I have no doubt, was no more than like maybe $12 to $15. Yet, the factory edge, what is this called? Dark Fantasy Blades. Huh. The factory edge on this knife? Oh, no, none of these are true Damascus, no. The factory edge on these last two knives have been better than some dare I say, still in the budget realm, but knives that are more than twice as expensive. So I'm actually kind of impressed. I'm actually really impressed at the finishing job on the edge of this thing. Now, as far as how long this edge is going to last, I have no idea. It says 420, which means that it's not going to have the greatest edge retention, but their 420 is easily rehoned, easily workable. So while it might not hold that edge for a very long time, if you're using this to cut like, just even cardboard, it'll be easy enough to rehone. And also, because this is a hollow ground blade, it'll keep a really thin edge for a while, even through a couple sharpenings, a few sharpenings. So this has got some life to it. Now, the only question then becomes the quality of the pivot, how well that lock is going to be, how well the lock's going to hold. Is it going to loosen up on me? Is it going to, I mean, it's a solid lockup. Not bad. I mean, at least initially. I don't know how long this would last if I put it through any actual use. It's not a knife that I would actually probably use. It's a much bigger knife than I'd really comfortably carry. This thing's friggin' huge. An assisted. Normally, I'm not too fond of assists. I mean, Kershaw has a lot of assisted blades. I don't have any of them. I don't know. To me, I don't know the point of an assisted blade unless, for example, maybe you're, strength compromised or something like that, where you might have more difficulty. But even then, I mean, that's only if you're really wanting a knife to fling out really fast. Even with limited mobility, you can always just ride the blade up. It's one of those things that I just assisted. It's one of those things that I just find kind of unnecessary. But surprisingly sharp edge on this thing. Yeah, that's a surprise. Though patterned metal, not likely long forgotten Damascus techniques from Damascus region and age. I think it's just the type of metal, and it's no longer about the region where it's made. To me, Damascus, real Damascus is, hold on. It's not the mysterious thing that it once was. There are varying degrees of quality, though. And you can still get Damascus blades for pretty darn cheap nowadays. And I think a lot of it, like, why it still demands a high price from some manufacturers, because they're manufacturing and steel, like, material choices are just better than what you would typically see from like, I see a lot of Damascus from Pakistan that's really, really cheap, like dirt cheap. But you're looking at admittedly questionable steel qualities used in the Damascus. A lot of times, if it's really inexpensive, it's just mixtures of, like, either stainless steel pot metal or, and then high carbon pot metal. Not even sure if it's like high carbon steel, but just two different steels mixed together. And a lot of times I can't even tell you what that is. But when you're going with a lot of blades, not saying that every blade out there that comes from Pakistan is cheap, but a lot of the cheap stuff that you find coming out of Pakistan is going to be kind of admittedly low quality materials. You can't really, I mean, unless you test the hardening for yourself, the heat treatment tends to be very questionable. And that makes a lot of people get hung up on one particular aspect of steel, of metal, that I've noticed. Not everybody, but a lot of people do. Like, admittedly, my favorite metal is Magna Cut for my knives. I don't have a lot of Magna Cut, but it's one of my favorites. If I can get Magna Cut for a good price, I'll get Magna Cut for a good price. I'll try to get it. But I'm well aware that there's a lot of other metals out there, like for example, Spike 27, that I'm really, really enjoying. Some of my favorite metals, 14C28N, because it's really easy to maintain. Same with Nitro V. Um, really easy to maintain, even though it doesn't have the edge retention. D2 steel can still be really good, especially if you have CPM D2. Really good high edge retention. The only problem with it is its toughness isn't generally where I like it. I like something to be a little bit more tough and a little less prone to chipping. Um, and saying all that, I find a lot of people tend to get stuck on one aspect of a knife, and usually that's the type of steel. So even MagnaCut, if it's not, there's a lot of little things that all can contribute to how well a knife steel is going to perform, and it's not just the type of steel. MagnaCut needs to be heat treated properly. You know, you have blade geometry that has to be considered and things like that. All of those little things come together to make a really good knife. And if one of those things off, it doesn't matter. You know, if one of those things is off, it doesn't matter how good the steel is or what kind of steel it is. If one of those things is off, it can perform pretty crappy. Like if the blade geometry is off, you know, isn't optimal for the blade steel, then it might even MagnaCut could end up like, you know, chipping or cracking if the blade geometry is wrong. If the heat treatment isn't right, it could wear down a lot quicker. It could lose its edge really quickly if the heat treatment is bad. So all those things come together to make a really good blade, and it's not just because it's MagnaCut. And I noticed that a lot of, you know, had you asked me a question like that or told me something like that a long time ago, I mean, I was in the same boat years ago. You know, I see a type of, you know, steel. I remember being really hung up on Damascus, and you know, at the time, especially when I was like really young and really new into the whole knife collecting thing, if you said Damascus, I thought it was some magical steel that nothing could beat. I think some people still have that that thought in their head that, you know, it's a Damascus blade, nothing, you know, it's the best metal in the world. Not realizing there's a lot more that goes into it. Like once you realize what kind of steel was used to make the Damascus, what kind of, you know, the blade geometry, the hardness, and all that, and then you start to realize that, yeah, not everything is built the same way and is going to be at the same level, regardless of how cool that knife steel might be. Like I have Damascus steel that I know isn't all that great, and I just have nothing. You know, I have like maybe a couple pieces that are there just for looks, and then I have Damascus knives that I would say are pretty damn nice. Like my favorite Damascus steels tend to come from Concept, mainly because they're a lot less. They need a lot less maintenance because the Concepts, they use two types of stainless steels in order to create their Damascus. I'm trying to remember what type of steels they use. I believe they use a form of, was it 420 or 440, and a mix of that and 12 CR, which is also stainless. And they use that mix, so you have an entirely stainless Damascus steel that's still pretty good. I mean, you know, I know a lot of people probably might snub their nose at something like 420, 440 or whatever, but it's still pretty darn good for what it is. I mean, those steels have been around a long time. They're still more than capable of doing whatever they need to do. They're easy to maintain. You know, they might not be some newfangled super steel that's out there, but knives have been made with those steels for many, many, many years and have held up really well. so I won't snub my nose at it. And then you have knives like from Kaiser, like this one. This one's an acid etched. This is one of my favorites. For it's called the Trestle. Beautiful stainless, kind of like a San Mai style Damascus, where I believe you have the harder steel jacketed by the Damascus on this one. And here you can see, if you look closely in the back, you can see what I'm talking about, where you can see where everything's sandwiched together. On Damascus steel, you'll see those lines where the different metals are together. Oh, if I can get it to focus. It's a little hard to see, but you can see the lines on the spine. Now this one's, like I said, it's more of a San Mai style. It's sandwiched together. So it looks a little different, but I just wanted to show the lines. And this one's acid. This one's also acid etched, which gives it its interesting color. It might not come out too well in the camera, but you can see some, depending on the angle and how the light hits it, the colors change a little bit. You can see that there. Really pretty. Probably one of my favorite knives, one of my prettier knives. I love this trestle. Azo design, again from Kaiser. That's one of my favorite Damascus steel or Damascus knives. Another one that I got more recently, and this one I don't believe is a San Mai style. This one is from Kaiser, and like I said, Kaiser uses that. That's the one that they use two different types of. Where did I put it? Two different types of stainless steels to create their Damascus. This is the. I get it backwards sometimes. I believe it's the Eagle Strike, and this one was pretty recent, a recent acquirement. This one has the lightning anodized diamond texture titanium scales, and their Damascus blade. Now this one's not a San Mai type. You got a raindrop pattern Damascus on this one. And like I said before, two types of stainless steels as opposed to a stainless and a high carbon. And I don't know if you can see the lines at the back. I know I can see the lines with my naked eye, but it might be a little harder on camera because the lines are much more fine on this than they were on the trestle. I think it's given a lot more layers on this one. But they call this pattern on here raindrop Damascus, when you see the little circles there. I've seen others like ladder Damascus and such. I think Case has, they have a nice ladder Damascus case knife. I'd love to get my hands on if I was willing to pay around $300, which I generally am not. Do I have any autos? Yes, actually I do. I don't have too many because I find that they're fun, but depending on the auto, I have some issues with some autos. Hold on, let me see if I can grab one. Where did I put that one? Because this one I don't normally keep in it. There it is. It's in here. One of the first auto knives that I've gotten, and I can actually carry autos because I have, in my state, they're legal as long as you have a concealed carry license. I don't know why you have to have that, but I have a concealed carry license, so well, this might be a little on the big side. This is from Tecto Knives. They use a high-end D2 steel, and this was my first out the front auto. This is called the Humvee. I think it was a collaboration between Humvee and Tecto. There we go. Now, the funny thing is, this is my... Well, this is the same one. It's not a second one. The thing without the fronts that I've discovered is even with other like ProTech, other out the front knives, they all have blade movement when they're extended, and it's just part of the, it's, you know, it's the design of the knife. I haven't yet found any out the front automatic that doesn't have a little blade movement. I'm not saying that they're bad, but I don't know. Like I said, I think it's still just part of the design. You can't escape it. They're neat. They're really quick. But, you know, after I got my first few, I kind of got to the point of where it's like, other than the neat factor, you know, are they really not? Because again, are they really necessary? Because, like I said, I've got other knives that are just like the smaller QSP, fast as hell. You know, it's not. I know people have done, you know, tried to do testing to see what they can draw and flick open faster. You know, they're like, can you do your folder faster than this automatic? Things like that. Sure, they're easier to use because it's using a switch, but I'm so used to using, in this case, thumb studs. It's not a, you know, it doesn't take me a second thought to just flick one of these open, and they're pretty damn fast, especially this freaking QSP. I love pulling this one out because of how fast it is. I don't have to think about it. Even that Ontario Rat 2 and the Rat 1. The Rat 2 and Rat 1, like this one runs on ball bearings in the pivot, which help it be really smooth, really fast. Okay, the ball bearings in there. The Rat 1 and Rat 2, where did I put those? Which one did I just pull out? That the Rat 2? Hold on, which one? Okay, that goes somewhere. That's not the Rat 2. That's something else entirely. That's okay. Here's the Rat 1. The Rat 2 and the Rat 1 don't run on bearings. They run on washers. There's washers. I forgot the material that the washers are made of. But keep in mind, this is not on ball bearings. Fast as heck. And that's not even ball bearings. And I don't know if you can hear the snap when that thing locks up. Loud. A very positive lockup on that one. And this is a $30, $40 knife. These aren't very expensive. But these were widely popular knives. Awesome knife, in my opinion, especially for the price. And you see how fast that thing pops up on thumb studs. And again, this is on washers, not ball bearings like the QSP is on. Heck, the Sage 5. Whoops, I slipped. Sage 5, fast as hell. Doesn't take lots of thought, except I know I'm losing my nail. Doesn't take much thought. As long as you know how to reverse flick, it's fast as heck. So once I got over the novelty of having an automatic knife, it's one of those things that, like, they're neat. Don't get me wrong. This is a pretty cool blade. I do like this knife, but it's heavy as hell. Okay, it's not going to be very stealthy because that thing's loud. I mean, this one is still a click. Ow, pinched me. Still a click, but if I wanted to be a little quieter, I can ride this thing up. It doesn't have to be flicked out. And if I want it to be fast, it's just a matter of, there you go. And I've been using this enough, so the point of where, again, it's just repetition and practice. I carry this enough to where I don't have to think about it. And it's very fast. Same thing with any of the thumb studs. Thumb studs are just easy to use in general. You don't really have to think about it. And you're ready to go. In my opinion, just as quick as any of these others. Now, the only difference is it might be a little easier for some to be, you know, some people to be able to just grab and hit the switch. You know, whereas maybe reverse thumb flicking, I've owned this and I've used it quite a lot. Reverse flicking is just, you know, the Spidey flick is nothing for me. Whereas some people, like I remember when I got my first knife with a thumb hole, and I hadn't ever done the Spidey flick before. Yeah, it took a little practice. It's second nature now, but it did take a little practice. You don't really have to practice so much with one of these, which is probably one of its draws. That and just the cool factor. But it's not, well, again, that's about it. It's neat. It's a cool knife. But I no longer, there's some automatics I'd still like to get my hands on. But mainly it's for aesthetics. Because, you know, I've seen some automatic knives that are absolutely gorgeous. And that more, you know, it's, if I'm looking for an automatic now, that's usually the thing, is because it's just like really neat. Like this is one of my favorite ones. This one's from Cobra Tech. This is called the Hidden Release Trapper. And it looks like a standard, like your typical traditional. Okay. You know, you've got, like trapper like looks. Let me pull another trapper out. Here's my squirrel trapper. Not much bigger. You know, it looks like a traditional knife. The only difference is you'll notice that on this one, there's no nail nick. And it has a pocket clip. There's no nail nick here that you typically see on a traditional. And the way this one works, this one is an automatic knife. Except there's no button. It's called a hidden release trapper because the release is hidden on this one. It's this bolster, this part of the bolster here. If you look really closely, okay, you'll see a little division on that bolster. And the way this works, you just push it to the side a little bit, and there you go. And this one's a 154 cm steel auto knife. Now, it's not like this one where it automatically retracts. In order to close this, you push the bolster like I did before to the side to open it, and then you fold it closed, and then it'll lock in place. To open it again, you just push that bolster off to the side. All I'm going to do is slide it off to the side here. And now this one doesn't have any blade play, which is one thing I like about these autos that open from the side, is you don't have that same type of blade play that you'll get on an out the front. Now, again, that blade play I'm talking about, I think it's just due to the design of an out the front knife. I don't think you're going to escape that blade play. Some knives are going to have less blade play than others. This one actually has very little. It still has some, but it's there. Whereas these side opening ones generally, as long as it's done well, yeah, this one's a solid lockup. No movement left or right, up or down. There is one more automatic that I do want to get, and it's the Kershaw Launch 20, I believe. And the reason being is it's actually pretty inexpensive. I think it runs just under 150 for the Kershaw Launch 20. And it's got 3-inch Magna Cut steel blade. And those points right there are the reason why I want it. It's not that expensive. It runs about the same, just a little more expensive than a typical Bel Air, about the same as your newer Bel Airs with Magna Cut steel. And it happens to be a side opening auto. So that's the only other auto I currently have my eye on. And another one of these. I want another Cobra Tech Hidden Trapper. The only difference is the one that I want. They have one that has stag scales on it, and it's a little bit more. I don't know. I can't remember if it's a little pricier or about the same cost as the abalone that I have, but also 154 cm steel. They have lesser expensive versions of this one that Cobra Tech makes with, like, I believe, G10 handles or G10 scales. and D2 steel, and those run roughly about $90, where this one I think ran about $130 for this one. Oh, the Kershaw launch iridium is what you're looking at. Yeah, see, like I said, I'm looking at the. I might ask to see if Chasing Blades can nab that one for me. Because I'd rather, like I said, I'd rather get it from them. But the Kershaw Launch 20, because it's just the right size that I like, the Magna Cut steel that I like, and it's a side opening auto that I'm really intrigued about. So that's the only, that one and another one of these Hidden Trappers are the only autos that I have my eye on in the future. Otherwise, I mean, out the front models, I have this one. Unfortunately, the blade on this one, even though I have a concealed carry, and nothing prevents me from owning it, but carrying it becomes more of it becomes more questionable. Now, I'm not doing anything, as far as I know, I'm not doing anything that would cause me to get stopped on the road or whatever, but like, you know, you miss a you miss a you don't do a lane change right or something, and you know, you end up being pulled over for whatever, some minor traffic thing. And if for some reason they notice something like this on me, it could raise some eyebrows. So yeah, while it's neat, I don't carry this one very often. Um, Also, one thing I did notice is out the front models. Now, I don't know about other manufacturers, but I've had an out the front model, or this particular one, malfunction on me. I did send it back to Tecto. Tecto took care of it. No other questions asked other than what was wrong with it. Fixed it and sent it back in pretty good time. And now it's been flawless again. What ended up happening was I extended the blade, and then you couldn't retract it. It was out, and then that was it. You couldn't retract. It was locked in the open position. You couldn't do anything about it. And yeah, I contacted them. They got me a label, sent it back, and it got back to me good as new. I have a Cobra Tech pen that I've got to contact Cobra Tech about, because it was an out the front pen. It's essentially a pen with a blade that works similar, you know, automatic, but the blade no longer functions, like a spring inside is broken or something. So I haven't done so yet, but I got to contact Cobra Tech, and I know they're supposed to have a really good warranty, and hopefully I can get that fixed or replaced. And the only time I've ever had an issue, yeah, it became a fixed blade, exactly. The only time I've had that issue so far has been without the front blades. And so I had a problem with this one. I had a problem with that Cobra Tech. I do have a couple other out the front knives. There is one that I have carried with me on occasion, and that would be this little itty bitty tiny guy. Wait, hold on. That's not the one. That's not it either. Where is it? I have a few others. This little guy, because it's small, I haven't had a problem with this one yet. I believe this one was from Tecto as well. This one was one of the first out the fronts I got, and this one ran about $50. That one, because it's so small. The other one was a gift from Titan Knives International, and I don't know the manufacturer of this one. I believe the manufacturer is Colossal Blades, which I don't get a lot of information about, but this one is a Damascus bladed out the front, and it's just the right size that I've carried this on occasion. Oop, focus. You can see Damascus steel, and I did my best to check, and it does appear to be actual Damascus, where they used two different steels, and it's not just like a painted on or acid edge, like a weird pattern blade. So as far as I can tell, it's actual Damascus, but this one has been pretty neat. The only other thing about, like, there's another one that I would carry, but the only reason why I don't is because I'm not the most fond of serrated edges. Like, I would probably carry this more often. I just don't like serrations. I don't like dealing with having to maintain serrations, which is why I generally don't like them. Nothing against anybody that likes them. I just don't prefer serrations. So those were, where the hell did I put this knife? Those are my automatics. I have another automatic lying around somewhere that had the American flag, some cheap out the front thing that I got as a gift as well. I know it was an inexpensive thing. I don't know how long that will last. I don't know who made it. It's just one of those inexpensive things that I got as a freebie, really. This wasn't here. I'm just going to wrap that up that way. But yeah, it became a fixed blade out the front. But like I said, Tactile was really good with their customer service. They just asked what was wrong, and I told them, and they're like, "Oh, okay, we'll take care of that for you, no problem." They took care of it for me, and it's been good since. And I've been pretty lucky. I have a lot of knives, and I surprisingly haven't come across more issues. Those were the two probably. Let me see, that Tecto, the Cobra Tac. Oh, and then the cracked scale on that Remet. So I had, out of all my knives, I had those three, and then there was one more. Oh, Kaiser. The Kaiser trestle that I have was actually a second one. Because for some odd reason, the Kaiser trestle that I got when I first ordered it, it was like when they did the acid wash to bring those colors out on the blade. It was like they dripped or spilled a little bit more, and it sat on the blade a lot longer. So there was a lot of, hold on a second, let me pull this one back out. So the first trestle I got, I sent back because you can see the patterning on this. Well, towards the edge where you have that coloration, there was like, it's like something, some acid might have been pooled on little spots, like little droplets. Hey, Lonnie, how you doing? And so there was little circles, almost like watermarks that you couldn't get rid of. They were permanent parts of the blade, like little spots and circles, and like staining almost. And they were all over the edge of the blade, and some of them were in the back. So it's like somebody had sprayed some acid wash or whatever chemical they use, and it sat there too long. And also, there was some adhesive that was on the wooden scale, like I think it was around here, if I remember correctly, that wasn't wiped away, I guess, before it hardened. And so there was this lumpy, hard bunch of adhesive that was like around or close to this screw on the wood. There was no getting rid of it. It was just like this hard epoxy adhesive that had dried. And so basically it looked like that knife had just like completely skated through QC without anybody seeing it. But to Kaiser's customer service, when I mentioned that to them, they asked to see some pictures, which I was able to provide without a problem. They said, okay, yeah, it shouldn't have left like that. And they sent me a label to return it. I returned it, and they didn't even wait for the return. They had shipped me out a second one of these. And another story for that one is they shipped out a second one, or they shipped me out a replacement. And so I was waiting for the replacement, and whatever delivery company that was supposed to deliver the knife delivered it to the wrong building. But by the time I got to the other building, because it was in my apartment complex, it was just a different building. By the time I got to that building, the package was gone. Now, thankfully, whoever was delivering the package took a video showing that they delivered the package, and it was obvious they delivered the package to the wrong building. It was clear as day. You could see the address, and you could see the building in the background where they were delivering it, and it was the wrong building number. So I contacted them again, said, hey, yeah, they said delivered. It's not anywhere in my building. They sent me a video saying, yeah, it was delivered. And then it was like, well, yeah, if you look at the photo or the video or whatever, they delivered it at the wrong building. Went over there, couldn't find it. So they shipped me out another one. And that's this one. So they shipped me out another one. So yeah, that one, the trestle was kind of a problem child. But I don't blame Kaiser for the delivery issue. That was that delivery company that it was shipped out, or that was delivering. That was their issue. Kaiser took care of me, so that was cool. Was it dipped in paint? No, it's called acid etching. It's called acid etching. Kaiser took care of me. Their customer service was great. Like the first time they noticed there was a QC issue, they were willing to take care of it, no problem. They took care of it. The only problem is the delivery company messed up, and then Kaiser still just went ahead, not only took it as a loss, because I don't know if they were able to retrieve it. When I went to go retrieve it, it was gone. They went ahead and sent me another one, and they sent it to me via a different. I think they sent it via FedEx. They sent it via FedEx, and not only did they send it via like a different delivery service, FedEx, but they sent me a. Is this it? No, that's Concept. I got a Concept one. They sent me a coin, which now I realize I don't know where it's at. They sent me a coin. Oh, this is a case coin. What am I? Oh, you know what? Might still be in the box. They sent me a coin. This isn't it, but it's similar to this. I think I have a picture of the coin in my Instagram. This one's a case coin. This one is a Concept Challenge coin. Kaiser, when they sent me the replacement, they sent me one of their Kaiser Challenge coins, as well as a Halloween themed paracord bead, which I thought was really cool of them to do. I haven't done anything with a paracord bead yet. I was going to make some paracord and use that, but I just haven't. I've been lazy and haven't done anything with it. And I know they're not the only one that uses that company, because I've seen that company make deliveries from other, I don't know, retailers. They're not, I forgot the name of the company. It's like there's like Bojo or something. Frick. I can't remember the name of the company. Thankfully, in their defense, they apparently take photos or videos anytime they make a delivery as proof of delivery. So like I said, when I mentioned that I didn't get my trestle, even though it showed that it was delivered, the delivery company provided that photo or video, or I can't remember if it was a photo or video. I'm pretty sure it's actually, now that I think about it, I think it was a photo. But that delivery company provided the photo showing that they delivered it. It just showed that they delivered it to the wrong building. So in them covering their butt, they inadvertently covered my butt. So like I said, I've seen them around. I still see packages from that delivery company. So I don't, they're still being used by a lot. I know people are like, I can tell you how many times FedEx has mucked up a lot for me. UPS is probably the least amount of, well, I think we talked about this before. I'd like to say UPS has been the best that I've seen the least problems with. But at the same time, like I've seen a few problems with USPS. Okay, I've seen a few problems with the USPS. But at the same time, I have more packages from USPS than I do from any other company combined. So to be quite honest, because just by sheer volume, I'm probably going to see more problems with the USPS. Simply because of the volume, the amount of packages I get from USPS. I could say the same thing about, like, say, for example, I do a lot of business with Hewlett Packard. Okay, with HP. And I've seen a lot of PCs with issues that came, that came out of the box issues. Now, saying that, you'd think, well, HP, that's kind of crappy on HP's part. But when I say I do a lot of business with HP, I'm talking thousands of units come by without issue. I'm seeing thousands of units. And I see a handful that have problems outside of the box, like right out of the box. When I'm dealing with that many units, I would be surprised not to see a few issues from any other company. I would be surprised if they didn't have a few that didn't have a problem. So yeah, while I can say I've seen a few issues with the HP products, that's because I see a lot of HP product. I see a ton of HP product. Now, obviously, I still do what I can to let them know and make sure, try to lessen those issues. But I don't know of any manufacturer that can do that much and escape, have a completely flawless QC and or delivery. Asus sent you a ROG 2025 special edition coin because you got an all new ROG Strix hardware. Yeah, the coins are a thing. I didn't realize challenge coins were a thing, but apparently they're huge in the knife realm. I didn't even know that challenge coins were a thing on the PC realm. That's the first I heard of a challenge coin for a computer. I mean, like I said, I've got a few case coins. I've got that was my first concept coin. I got a Kaiser coin. I even have a few of these, which I never intended to collect either. And here's another. I've got more than one case challenge coin. I got these things that apparently are also a thing that I didn't realize. But I never knew that case marbles were a thing. There's a little stand. This one is a case XX handcrafted select white marble. I've got a few other colors, and I don't go out to collect these, but somehow acquire them. This was there you go. Hold on, focus. There we go. And I got a few other colors. I think I got a red one. I got a green one, but I think they're different sizes. They're all supposed to come with these little marble stands. I think one of them is missing for one of my marbles, though. But I got a piece of... What the hell is that? Buzz. There's that. Put this back in here because I know this is going to roll away and get lost forever. Where's a couple more? Oh no, here's a green one. I got a blue one. I know I had a red one somewhere. Yeah, there's a red one. I think the red one is missing its stand. This one's the same size as the white marble. This green one is a little on the bigger side. And then they have even bigger ones. This one just simply says case XX. And if you're wondering what that XX is supposed to mean, it means it was tested twice. I forgot the exact specifics, but each X is supposed to mean it was tested once, and then it got a second X when it went through its second testing. So that's where they get the XX there. I think they omitted any third testing because that would mean a third X, which could confuse them with a different industry. So they go with XX there. And I think the blue one and the red one are pretty much the same as this, just different color. But I remember going to a Whatnot show, and somebody started going on and running auctions on marbles. I was like, marbles are a thing? I didn't know Case had a thing with marbles because I saw different, like, multicolor marbles. And if you're a marble collector, marble player, There you go. And I don't know if it's something that's just because I thought I heard somebody say that it's generally like dealers that get the marbles. Like I've never seen, other than if a dealer on Whatnot was selling their own marbles. Oh yeah, I did chip my freaking nail in my middle finger. My spidey fucking nail is cracked. Unless the dealer selling their marbles, that sounds weird. I don't know of anywhere you can actually buy them online, or at least I haven't found them. I haven't really hunted them down. Yeah, building brand loyalty. They're cool. I mean, they're kind of neat. I don't need anything else to start collecting. I mean, I'll stick with the knives. But I'm not going to say no to getting like, a challenge coin or a marble thrown in, or in like Kaiser's case, they even threw a paracord bead in with my stuff. Yeah, my spidey flicking nails got a crack. Whoops. That's one thing. I've been spidey flicking a lot of knives, and I realized it wears down my nail pretty fast. It's like my middle finger here has the thinnest nail compared to all my other nails. I'm gonna retire the spidey for a week. Yeah, probably. I gotta fix my nail. You have a coin collection. What? Yes, no, love, hate, go to sleep, one more game. And really? I like the go to sleep, one more game. That one's pretty cool. I don't know. Even if I can't spidey flick it, I still probably would be able. I'd still probably carry my Spyderco. I'll just ride it up. I'll just use my thumb. I can still spidey flick with that nail. I just know I wore the hell of it down. I'm gonna have to cut that nail because I know that's gonna catch everything. Now that I know that it's there, everything is gonna get attracted to that nail and hang on for dear life. Doesn't matter what it is. Murphy's Law. But any other questions? What do you, now I'm going to look for that coin. I want that coin. I've been doing more testing with this thing. Actually, before I forget about it, because I was really interested. I haven't done the video yet because I got the Spyderco Delica 4, and then somebody mentioned the Gonzo Firebird version, their clone. And I have been like at least with home, I have been using these two to cut a lot of cardboard. And I've been trying to keep them pretty even in terms of how much I lost the record. I forgot how far I've gotten. But I'm just thinking real world use, typical use of your typical user. And like my girlfriend gets a lot of boxes, a lot of candy. Oh my God. I still got boxes I got to break down. And I've probably gone through hundreds of inches of double walled cardboard, or at least, I mean, not super thick cardboard, but I'm thinking, what is it? Like the same type of cardboard that would be your typical like priority USPS priority box cardboard. And because I wanted to do a video comparing these two, but I figured I needed more real-time use. I wanted to use them both more and not just go like take these brand new and go, this is what this looks like and this is what this looks like, because it's kind of obvious. I wanted to know the differences in use because these are vastly different materials for the steel and vastly different costs. This one is a Spy 27 Delica 4. So Spy 27 steel, that's Spyderco's priority steel, which, like I've mentioned before, I'm really, really liking. But this one will run about 120 something, 130. This one is not D2. This one is 440C stainless. Okay. Or if it'll focus already. Come on, you can do it. There you go. 440C stainless. There's the model number right there if you're wondering what it is, P759M. And again, vastly different steel, vastly different cost. This sucker was under 20 bucks versus 100, just under 130 bucks. Okay. And so I haven't done an actual video yet. I'm still working on it. I want to get my thoughts in order on these, but I can't tell you guys what I'm thinking or what I've done so far now. Now, build quality is going to go to the Spyderco. When you're looking at differences in, even though they're shaped pretty similar, like the finishing on the Gonzo is not as good. You can see where they were still attached to sprues, the connection points. I think I've mentioned that before. The Spyderco is much more smoother, a lot more comfortable to hold. Although they do both have a really good grip. The Spyderco seems to be a bit grippier. One major thing in terms of the difference of these knives is the hole, the thumb hole, where you have Spyderco's typical round or signature round hole. Gonzo has this oval. I can't spider flick this one, or it's very difficult to. It's a lot sharper feeling on the inside, and Spydercos tend to be kind of sharp feeling on their own. But for some odd reason, I can do it. I can spider flick this one, but I feel like I'm shaving more and more of my nail off with this thing than I do on the Spyderco, that I don't bother spidey flicking this thing. If I'm opening this up, I'm writing it open with my thumb. Okay? Because I just don't feel comfortable spidey flicking this thing. It's kind of a pain. Otherwise, action-wise, not bad. But you can see here it's not really well aligned on the Gonzo. Off to the side a little bit. On the Spyderco, it's much more well-centered in that well than the Gonzo is. I did replace the clip on this, so it does have a different pocket clip on there. Other differences that I'm noticing is feel, like I said, the Spyderco feels really good in the hand. The only thing the Gonzo has that I'm saying that I can honestly say is better is the fact that the Gonzo, they gave the knife a little finger choil, so I can put my finger up in there. I can still do that with this one, but it's not a rounded finger choil. It's more like a ledge. So I can still choke up on this blade. It's just that my forefinger there is just not as comfortable as it is in the finger choil of the Gonzo. But I do overall like the feel of the Spyderco in my hand than I do the Gonzo Firebird. It just feels better, even though that this isn't your typical finger choil. I don't know if it's a quality control issue. I know they can't copy because I mean, I know they can't copy the trademarked thumb hole of the Spyderco, which is why they have an oval shape. As far as the sharpness feeling in there, I've heard a lot of people talk about that on the Gonzo Firebirds, but I think what a lot will end up doing is they'll either soften and file that down, which is something I've heard of people doing with the Spydercos also. A lot of times they'll try to soften the edges there, or they'll just do what I do, and they'll just write it up with a thumb and not spidey flick it at all. And that's, again, I just write it up with my thumb. So it's, I don't flick it open. I mean, it still works fine one-handed. I don't have a problem with that. It's actually surprisingly smooth. I mean, the Spyderco has that added benefit of where I can more comfortably spidey flick that open. It's a lot more comfortable than the Gonzo in that regard. But smoothness, it's actually surprisingly smooth. The other differences that I'm getting with this one so far also is definitely due to performance. I try to keep the use of these two knives when I'm cutting boxes at home, breaking down stuff. I try to keep them pretty equal. And I've had to hone this at least twice as many times now that I've had to hone this. I think I've honed this only a couple times in comparison to where I've had to go and like when I start to notice I'm having difficulty getting through cardboard, like I'm really feeling it getting through cardboard, I've re-honed this probably twice as much as I've run this over a strop twice as much as I have that one before this one starts to feel any resistance. And yeah, I've had to do this one quite a lot. I haven't gotten to the point of where I've had to resharpen this one though. Not yet. Because it's 440C, making it relatively easy to maintain. But then again, so is Spy 27. Spy 27 is also pretty easy to maintain, but it's definitely holding its edge a lot longer than this. Now, a little rougher feeling, but still really sharp. Does, on a straight cut, really swims through. This one, anytime I've honed this, just keeps going and going. I know this is just paper, but when it comes to the cardboard, just keeps going and going and going and going and going. This one will go and go and go and stop, go and go and go and go and stop, go. So yeah, I've had to strop this much more often. I've had to hone it much more often than I've had to do with this one. Not that it's hard to do, but that's something if you don't like having to strop or maintain, you're gonna have to do that more with the Gonzo. Other things, I haven't noticed any chipping or any like rolling or anything like that, other than just your typical wear from cutting through cardboard boxes. And like I said before, you'd be surprised at how abrasive cardboard can be when it comes to cutting through like double wall cardboard. There's a reason why a lot of people like to test with it. There's a lot of, I mean, cardboard's a lot more abrasive than people give it credit for. It will wear a blade down eventually. And this is just a cardboard roll. It's not even like the double walled cardboard you get with your typical box. Now, if I were to do I have more than one roll? How many rolls do I have here? Because I've been going through my cardboard rolls pretty darn quick. I just want to make sure I had more than one. Now, I've rehoned these. This one I know I've rehoned recently. You just saw me do that, but I've rehoned it before already. Now this, let's see if I can get it to. Okay, no, I might have to rehone this one. I don't think I did this one. I thought I rehoned that one recently. Maybe I didn't. Okay, so that's that. Let me rehone the other one. I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Because like I said, I've been using both these. I've been trying to use both of them. And like I'll do like 5 boxes with one or whatever. I'll switch to the other one, do 5 boxes with that one. I'm trying to keep at least the number and like length or inches of cardboard roughly the same, even though I might have lost track of how much or what the exact inches were. I'm just trying to more right now. I'm just trying to get an idea of how much one needs maintenance over the other, how well one will maintain its sharpness over the other. Oop. Okay, That one cut weird. Still cut through. Let's need to hone this a little bit more. I guess I forgot. Maybe it's because I've had to pay more attention to this thing. Whereas this one, I tend to forget. Because I typically don't have to do it as much. And I don't want to use the other, the 0.1 micron and give this a finer edge. I don't know why this is crumbling all of a sudden. It's biting in. Well, now it's like it's making me want to have to eat my words. There we go. Clean the edge on that. Took a little longer to bite, where this one did bite a little easier, but I think I spent more time honing this one than I did this. I know if I spend a little bit more time on this, I'll get it right back to it. And then typically on both, I'll do the 0.1 micron as well. Right now, this is the 0.5. This is the 0.1 micron. I was going to get another strop and get even finer and see if I can put like a mirror edge on some of my knives, just to see if I can do it. But this diamond emulsion stuff gets pretty pricey. Like this tube of, where is it? This tube of 0.1. This is what, how big is this? I forgot how big this is. I think it's like 30 milligrams. I forget. This is 0.1 micron, roughly 160,000 grit is what this is. And this bottle is about $50. Have I ever worn a knife down to where I had to retire it? No. The only time I've had to retire a knife is because it, for whatever reason, broke or chipped in a way that trying to redo it would be a lot more effort than I wanted to deal with, or just would be kind of like no point. Like I've had one where like one, and to be on the honest side, it was a pretty cheap knife. One that I would use for like, how do I put this? A lot of times, when it comes to stuff at home, I have a very cheap, like I have this Smith & Wesson that costs maybe $20. It's what a lot of people would classify like a gas station knife. Something cheap that just works, that I've actually had to resharpen and rehone more than this thing. And that one is still cutting. I had another one that was similar to it, where that knife had replaced a similar knife that, as I was cutting boxes, I didn't realize it had one of those largest like heavy duty staples in it. And I was just going cutting, and I hit it as I was going through some cardboard. And that put a really good chip into the edge of that knife. And if I had, like, say, a belt sharpener or sander, I could probably have reprofiled it, but I would have taken out like, I don't know, I'm going to use one knife to point it out. It was probably about, the chip probably came to about just the line, or the bevel, maybe a little past that. So I would have reprofiled a good chunk of that blade to do so. Like, when I, and the funny thing is, I don't think I was going, I mean, I was just going rip, 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 kunk. Okay? That's how fast I was going, roughly, that I can remember. I just remember going through it. And again, it was an inexpensive knife. I can't remember what steel it was. Honestly, it had to have been pretty brittle to have a, I mean, I did hit a heavy duty, staple. It's not like your typical paper staple that you use for like sheets of paper. This was one of those heavy duty thick ones. Usually you see on like appliance cardboard boxes, and it's cardboard stapled to wood and things like that. Those heavy duty guys. And I hit that at pretty high speed, and not realizing it was there, and just hit it really good. So I mean, there was a couple things that go into it. So I'm not, it's something like that where it chipped pretty hard, that I ended up retiring. That turns like, oh, that's gone. Because I didn't have the capability at the time to handle a reprofiling to that degree. I don't even have the build, like I have a angle sharpener, but that would probably take the life of an entire freaking diamond stone to cut out that amount, to reprofile that amount. I do plan on getting like a belt sharpener sooner or later. Not that I need it. It's just one of those things I'd like to try out. But yeah, something like that I've had to retire. But I haven't had to retire any knife simply because I've resharpened and honed and resharpened and honed and resharpened and honed, just gone over and over to the point of where there's nothing, barely anything left. So I haven't gotten to that point. I haven't had to retire a knife for that. If I've retired a knife, it's due to chipping, breakage, whatever. And that hasn't happened too often. I have seen a lot of knives, a lot of case knives that have been used a lot. And people use them down to like nothing, which should give you an idea of how much people like their case knives. I've seen case knives that like well, let me see here. Like for example, I don't have it. I wish I had an example of a knife that was used that much. I'm trying to see if I can find something. This was a user I bought from Chasing Blades because I just want to see if I can clean some of them up. This one has been sharpened kind of funny. I did clean the edge up on this one. But you can see it's almost karambit shaped now, whoever sharpened it before me. It's almost karambit shaped. I've seen them to where this was, I mean, like the blade was like this far gone. I've seen case knives where they were that far gone. People have been sharpening them like crazy, but people really like their case knives. This one's not a case. This one is I don't know what this is. River Valley Fertilizer Company. But I got a few like well-used knives from Chasing Blades because I was like, do you got any users that need some cleaning, that were really well used or dirty? I just want to see if I can get them back to working order. This one has been sharpened quite a lot. You can see it's patinaed really quite a bit. These are all back to pretty much working order. I mean, I can use either of these. They're nice and sharp now. It was just something I wanted to see if I can do, if I can revitalize some old used knives. And there's a lot of people on Whatnot that are selling users for pretty cheap. I think I got 3. There was this one, this one, and this one I got for less than 15 bucks, I recall. This one was dirty, had something that was on the scale. Somebody had decided they wanted to rip it off, or I don't know what happened to the scale on this one. It's been sharpened a few times, but not terribly. It's still got a lot of life left on that blade. I believe this one's yes, Imperial USA. Medium toothpick. Still got some really good snap to it. French pull for the nail nick. This just needed a lot of cleaning. Needed to be, resharpened, rehoned. I like getting old things like this just to see if I can revitalize them. Just a neat thing to try. But back to the Gonzo. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised at how well it's holding up. There totally is a difference in terms of quality, though. In terms of maintenance requirements, you're going to have to do a lot more resharpening, rehoning this one before this ever really even starts to need it. I know I didn't do the best showing because I think I needed to do some work on this and I didn't do it. Probably because, like I said, I haven't had to do it as often as I've had to really rehone this almost, I don't know, like I said, a lot more times than the Spyderco. And so it's all dependent on really what's worth it to you. Do you want like this? I myself would probably prefer the Spyderco because it holds up a lot longer. I don't have to baby it as much. I don't have to rehone it, resharp it nearly as much as this one. This one I'm using, and then I'm almost constantly having to at least run it on a strop every so often to maintain a really easy, cutting edge. Whereas this one lasts a lot longer before I have to bother stropping. And when I do strop it, when I do finally pay attention to it and strop it, it lasts again for a good long while compared to this one. But then you're looking at, if that's something you don't like, is having to strop and sharpen and strop, probably better off spending a little bit more money for the Spyderco. At the same time, if you want something that if you don't mind maintaining, or the possibility that you might do something like run into a heavy duty staple or nail whatever, this is a lot easier to replace at less than 20 bucks. Just know that you're going to have to deal with maintaining it a hell of a lot more than you will a Spyderco. And I mean a lot more. To be quite honest, it's not bad though, especially for the price. It's not bad. You're just going to need to do a lot more work. That's it for the between the. I'm still planning on doing a video for that. I want to get more. I actually wanted to get more users because I want to do more of that. I'm thinking of doing that for one of my lives. Get a handful of kind of used, well loved, or well abused, who knows, inexpensive used knives like these, and then maybe spend some time during one of my lives and see if I can't revitalize them. At least revitalize the blades. I don't know what I can do about some of these scales. Like this one has some loose scales. They move a little bit. This one, I don't know what they did. They tried stripping the scale of something. And I'm pretty sure that's just synthetic. And then this one was just well used and needed to be resharpened. I might try to see if I can't flatten that out so it doesn't look so much like a karambit. But the funny thing is they have all got good snap. Like some of these, they didn't have the snap. Like you close it, it was either really gritty and it didn't want to, you had to pull it open, you had to push it all the way closed. And some of them just needed a little bit of cleaning. Like I know this one I had, it was really gritty. And I managed to get to the point of where, like you saw there, it's nice and smooth now. It's got a nice snap to it. The spring is still really good. And that was from you know, I'd have to pull it open. You can feel the grit as you'd open it up. You can feel the grit as you're trying to close it. And then it would get to like this point and still wouldn't snap closed. And I'd have to push it all the way, the rest of the way. And now this thing has a really nice snap to it. So stuff like that, hopefully for another video or for another live. I'm going to see if I can get my hands on more of that stuff. But I just realized we are just past 6. I know my girlfriend's going to be chomping at the bit for dinner, but I had fun. I had a blast. I'm glad you guys are around and like chatting about knives, because this is why I do it. It's just another way for me to get connected to people and share a fun hobby. But let me know what you guys think. Comment below. If there's anything you'd like to see me do on a live, I'm happy to take suggestions. It's been, you know, I'm working on other ideas, but you know me, I squirrel around and then I get distracted by stuff. And you know, I'm dealing with this channel. I'm dealing with the video game channel where I have some of the same questions, like, you know, what I want to do for next shows and things like that. So let me know what you guys think. If there's anything that you'd like to see more of, I'll as I get more and acquire more knives, of course, I'm going to continue doing unboxings on the live as well as videos. I know this last week's been pretty slim with videos. I'm hoping to pick it up more in the next few weeks. But let me know what you guys think. Thank you guys so much for joining. I hope you guys had fun. I need to go cook some dinner because I realize I am also getting kind of hungry, as well as I'm sure my girlfriend's getting hungry. God, I still haven't figured out a closing for this one. Still got to figure one out. But thank you guys again for joining me. If you liked what you saw, please drop a like down below. And if you haven't yet, hit subscribe and hit that notification bell. That way you know when I'm going to drop a new video. I still plan on holding another live next week on Saturday. That's the plan anyway. Even if I don't have anything new, I know I have some new stuff coming in, but even if I didn't have anything new, I'd probably still hold it anyway, just to get a chance to chat with you guys. That'll be on Saturday at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'll probably put a reminder up sometime Wednesday about it. And you like my sharp videos? Thank you. I do have a video game stream coming up on my other channel tonight at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you like to watch video games or like to watch video games being played, I know I'm a lot more animated on that one. I have a link in the description below to the video game channel. You can join me then. I know Sirens came from this channel to the video game channel. Appreciate it. Other than that, that's about it. So thanks again, guys. You guys in chat, awesome as always. If you've been lurking about, just as awesome. Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm just going to end it here. So sooner or later, I'll have a closing for this one. I just haven't got an idea for one yet. I'll figure something out sooner or later at some point. But thanks again for watching, and I hope to see you guys in the next video. Bye. Where the hell did I put the stop button? Oh my God, what happened to my OBS?